Chapter 526. Moyen was even more shocked. He was very clear about his own strength. This time, he was not affected by the pavilion of delicacy. This was his true strength. However, his opponent was able to break through his attack. This made him feel unreal. It was obvious that his opponent's strength was on the same level as his. He found it hard to accept. Yu Qingqing frowned. She quickly sensed Lin Xian's cultivation, and her expression changed. The aura of the spirit-detecting realm. "You've broken through." As soon as she said that, everyone exclaimed. Then, they tried their best to sense Lin Xian's cultivation. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. 3 days ago, Lin Xian was still at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Now, he had become a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Wasn't his cultivation rising a little too fast? Even a peerless genius would need several years to break through from the late stage of the spirit transformation realm to the spirit-detecting realm. This guy must have some heaven-defying treasure to be able to break through in such a short time. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. "I guessed right. You took the earth essence." At this point, Yu Qingqing could no longer hide anything. "What? He stole the earth essence." Everyone went crazy. The earth essence was a heaven-defying treasure that could change a martial artist's life level. It was a treasure that even honorable ones would want. No wonder this little thief could break through so quickly. It turned out that he had such a heaven-defying treasure. Even Yi Linyun, who had his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at Lin Xian. "Do you really have the essence of the earth?" His voice trembled slightly. Obviously, he was very jealous of the earth essence. "Yes, but I ate it." Lin Xian shrugged. "Even if you kill me now, you won't get the earth essence." "He's lying." "Everyone, let's attack together." Moyen shouted coldly. Yu Qingqing also turned to Yi Linyun and said, "Let's take him down together and share the earth essence equally." Hearing that, Yi Linyun was a little tempted. He did not completely believe Lin Xian's words. "You want to fight? Then come at me." Lin Xian roared. Golden lightning runes flashed all over his body, making him look like a golden god of war. Countless black dragon flames danced around him like the flames of hell. "You want to fight? Then come at me." Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind like a god of war. That shocking aura immediately stunned everyone. Many cultivators retreated, not daring to step forward. Disregarding everything else, just the black dragon flame alone was not something they could contend against. The flames were like the flames of hell, more terrifying than the eternal flames of the divine bird palace. Even a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm would be reduced to ashes. Others were afraid, but Moyen and Yu Qingqing were not afraid at all. The two of them also emitted powerful auras as they quickly approached Lin Xian. Yi Linyun stood up and a sharp sword will emanated from his body. Although he did not attack, his eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and waved his long sword, sending out several sword lights. At the same time, the black dragon flame on his body rolled, forming a giant black dragon that roared and charged forward. Sword Chi Dragon. In an instant, a Sword Chi Azure Dragon rushed toward Yu Qingqing, while a black dragon clawed at Moyen. Both forces were abnormally powerful, filling the entire space as if they were going to tear it apart. Yu Qingqing's expression was serious. She used the bright moon seal and quickly counterattacked. Moyen was even more furious. This little bastard dared to fight 1 against 2. He was obviously looking down on him. The eternal purple flames on his body danced, forming a pair of flame wings that swept in all directions. Lin Xian roared to the sky like a god of war. He quickly waved the wind shadow sword, combining the essences of wind and thunder to form a sword chi of wind and thunder that swept in all directions. The next moment, he used the thunder fire annihilation. Thunder and fire intertwined violently. He was fighting Yu Qingqing and Moyen, 2 late-stage spirit-detecting realm experts, alone. Sword chi flew, bright moon soared, and flames filled the sky. All kinds of terrifying scenes appeared one after another, causing the entire space to boil. Everyone was even more shocked. Lin Xian was too powerful. He could actually fight two powerful experts by himself. Not only that, he seemed to be getting braver as he fought. On the tip of the sword, countless sword qi rotated and quickly formed a bright moon of sword qi that blasted toward Yu Qingcheng. At the same time, he slashed out sword qi again. The black dragon flame intertwined and formed a black phoenix that pounced toward Jiao Mo Yen. Apart from the different colors, the power was almost the same as the two's ultimate attacks. It's not that easy to imitate an ultimate technique. Yu Qingcheng shouted. Her hands formed a seal, and a bright moon spun and blasted toward Lin Xian's sword qi. Jiao Mo Yen was also furious. His opponent dared to imitate their attack. This was simply a provocation. Little bastard, you're courting death. A terrifying power exploded, forming a rolling wave that covered all directions. What? Impossible! Yu Qingcheng was shocked. In that moment, she felt like she was facing the bright moon seal. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if her opponent had also used the bright moon seal. Jiao Mo Yen was even more furious. His flames had been extinguished by his opponent. This was something that was impossible in the past. For a moment, the two experts were shocked and looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Lin Xian held his sword and stood proudly. Those attacks were naturally evolved from his Great Dragon Sword will. The Great Dragon Sword was an offensive saint technique. He had only obtained a trace of it, and it was already so powerful. If he obtained the real Great Dragon Sword, one could imagine how terrifying his combat strength would be. Yi Linyun's eyes shone. He stared at Lin Xian and said loudly, "You're not bad. You're worthy of my full strength." However, Lin Xian shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Why don't we destroy the Pavilion of Delicacy together? We'll see who's stronger then. How about it?" Hearing this, Yi Linyun was slightly stunned and then fell into deep thought. Lin Xian's strength was similar to his, and the power of his sword will was similar to his. If the two of them worked together, it was indeed possible to destroy the Pavilion of Delicacy. All right. Yi Linyun nodded in agreement. This change shocked Yu Qingcheng and Jiao Moyan. Yi Linyun was arrogant and had always disdained to work together with others. But now, he wanted to work together with Lin Xian. This meant that in his heart, he had recognized Lin Xian's strength. Damn thief, I'll let you have some fun first. Once we destroy the Pavilion of Delicacy, it'll be your death. Jiao Moyan snorted in his heart. Yu Qingcheng also sighed. It seemed that regardless of whether Lin Xian had the earth essence or not, she would not be able to get it. She might as well focus on destroying the Pavilion of Delicacy. She might be able to obtain one or two treasures inside. Just as Lin Xian and Yi Linyun were working together, Yu Qingcheng and Jiao Moyan had also reached an agreement and decided to attack together. The four experts working together shocked the surrounding people. The Pavilion of Delicacy had been troubling them for many days. Now that the four experts were working together, they would definitely be able to destroy it. Lin Xian and the others quickly moved forward and soon arrived within 10 feet of the Pavilion of Delicacy. Then the four of them used their techniques and quickly moved forward. Chapter 527. For a moment, Lin Xian's expression became serious. Last time, he was attacked by the blood-red sword qi from the Pavilion of Delicacy, which exposed his identity and led to him being surrounded. After 3 days, he was here again. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Yi Linyun. Then he took a step forward. Boom! The Pavilion of Delicacy emitted a dazzling light as the aura above vibrated. A hazy blood-red light appeared and quickly formed a blood-red sword qi that slashed toward Lin Xian. Attack! Lin Xian shouted. 80% of the Great Dragon Sword intent gushed out and carried the black dragon flame. The terrifying sword qi slashed toward the sky. The two sword qis collided, causing the entire space to tremble. However, the blood-red sword qi was too powerful. It quickly suppressed Lin Xian's sword qi and was about to slash down. At this moment, a mysterious sword diagram appeared and rushed toward the blood-red sword qi. Lin Xian and Yi Linyun's attacks seemed to be able to resist the blood-red sword qi. The blood-red sword qi trembled and emitted an aura that was even more terrifying than the greater success sword intent. Lin Xian and Yu Moyan's attacks gradually weakened as if they would shatter at any moment. At this moment, Yi Linyun frowned and shouted, "Why aren't you two attacking?" Hearing this, Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan did not hold back either. They quickly attacked the blood-red sword Qi. A large green-gold hand held a bright moon and quickly blasted toward the sky. The geodemonic flame waved and released a purple immortal flame bird that pounced upward. The four great cultivators all used their unique skills. All of their terrifying power landed on the wound of the blood-red sword Qi. The sky was in chaos as the energy raged. In the end, the four of them worked together and finally repelled the blood-red sword Qi. Lin Xian and the others were overjoyed at this result. They quickly advanced. However, when they reached 10 meters, they encountered the blood-red sword Qi again. This time, it was even more violent. The four of them worked together and attacked quickly. This time, they spent more time, but they finally shattered the sword Qi. After that, there was no more terrifying sword Qi. What followed was a monstrous aura that seemed to be able to tear people apart. Lin Xian and the others all displayed their strength and began to resist the pressure as they walked towards the door of light. Lin Xian was the best at resisting invisible forces like pressure. Activating the devouring sword in his body, Lin Xian absorbed the formless pressure. Instantly, he felt his body lighten, and his blood flow became much smoother. With a smile, Lin Xian's figure flickered, quickly disappearing into the light door. So fast! How is this possible? Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan couldn't believe it. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Linyun also frowned. Although he acknowledged Lin Xian's strength, in his opinion, Lin Xian was still inferior to him. But who would have thought that at the last moment, Lin Xian would be able to display such speed? One had to know that even he had to resist this kind of pressure with all his might. He snorted coldly and activated his greater success sword will with all his might. The dazzling sword light on his body flickered incomparably. At that moment, he even used his trump card and quickly walked toward the door of light. He didn't want to waste so much energy only to have the thing taken away by someone else. However, before he could get close to the door of light, the entire pavilion of delicacy suddenly shone brightly and then quickly shrank. Like a bubble, the pavilion of delicacy became illusory, and the surrounding air was distorted. What happened? In the distance, everyone was shocked and looked over. Yi Linyun and the other two were even more shocked. Did Lin Xian get that thing? The light of the pavilion of delicacy gradually converged and gradually became transparent, finally forming a spiritual power storm. After the light disappeared, the scene inside the pavilion of delicacy was revealed. They looked up and saw a person's back. "It's that little thief!" Jiao Moyan exclaimed. He looked around but didn't find any other treasures. "Where is it? Did that boy really get it?" He roared to the sky, feeling very unwilling. As a peerless genius of the Divine Bird Palace, how could he be inferior to a boy? However, before he could vent his anger, an unusually fierce and violent aura shrouded the area. Jiao Moyan's face changed greatly. Before he could defend himself, he was blasted away. Lin Xian also didn't feel good. His body seemed to be pierced by countless ice swords, and it was extremely painful. He stepped back step by step, cracking the hard ground. As he stepped back, everyone finally saw the scene in front of them. A drop of scarlet blood exuded a terrifying pressure. Above it, it exuded a terrifying sword essence, which had surpassed the profound sword essence. An aura that surpassed the profound sword essence? Was it the perfect sword essence? Lin Xian was shocked. Yi Linyun was also happy. His eyes were shining as he stared at the drop of blood. The drop of blood was exposed to the air, and then it exuded a monstrous aura that made everyone collapse to the ground. What is this aura? It's so uncomfortable. No, all the blood in my body seems to be exploding. The surrounding warriors were terrified. They struggled to crawl away, trying to get rid of the terrifying suppression. Only Lin Xian and a few others were still holding on. He and Yi Linyun released a powerful sword essence to resist the shocking sword essence. Jiao Moyan's blood surged, and the phantom of a three-headed vermilion blood bird appeared behind him. He originally had a thin divine bird bloodline, but under the suppression of the drop of blood, the power of his bloodline was stimulated. The phantom of the three-headed vermilion blood bird was very faint, but it was very intelligent. Its cold eyes stared at the drop of blood on the ground, and it was very nervous. What kind of blood could make the three-headed vermilion blood bird nervous? Lin Xian was puzzled. "It's the blood of a king," Wine Lord said, "and it's a king of Sword Dao." King. Lin Xian was shocked. Above the venerable realm was the king realm. There was no such person in the Tianan region. Even in the Tianwu region, they were the top existences. He didn't expect to see the blood of a king here, and the sword essence contained in it was very sharp. It made him feel like he was suffocating. The blood has been here for too long. Otherwise, the pressure alone could kill all of you, Wine Lord said. The more Lin Xian listened, the more shocked he became. At the same time, he was deeply curious about kings. He wanted to know how powerful a warrior who was more powerful than a venerable realm was. If I can get the blood of a king, I should be able to improve my dragon sword essence again. Lin Xian guessed. Last time, his sword essence improved greatly because he obtained a dead tree with 3 sword scars. Now, the sword essence in the king's blood was much stronger than before. It should be able to help him reach the great success sword essence. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear anyone. Thinking of this, he looked at the king's blood with a burning gaze. Yi Linyun and the others also had the same idea. Yi Linyun wanted to comprehend the sword essence, and Jiao Moyan wanted to improve his bloodline power. Although Yu Qingqing wasn't a swordsman and didn't have bloodline power, she knew how precious the king's blood was. If she took it back and gave it to the elders in the sect, it would be a great merit. At that time, she would receive an unimaginable reward. Therefore, she also wanted to get the king's blood. The 4 of them had different thoughts, but they all had the same goal, the king's blood. Chapter 528. This is an ownerless item. It's not certain who will own it. Geodemonic Flame snorted. Although he was afraid of Yi Linyun, it was impossible for him to give up on the king's blood just like that. Alright, then let's compete with our strength. Yu Qingqing reached out with the star-picking hand. Her hand was hazy and illusory. This was the moon-embracing pavilion's ultimate skill, the star-picking hand. Legend had it that once one reached large success, they would be able to grasp the true form. Yi Linyun snorted and unsheathed his sword. Sword chi quickly slashed at the star-picking hand. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He directly used the devouring sword, wanting to devour the king's blood. A pitch-black sword appeared, and a black vortex appeared at the tip of the sword as if it could devour everything. The king's blood trembled and emitted a terrifying light, forming sword chi that slashed in all directions. The sword chi was extremely sharp and could cut through mountains and rivers. Any martial artist below the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm would die upon contact. The sword chi gathered together to form a blood-red sword that resisted the black devouring sword. The other 3 were even more shocked and angry and quickly attacked. "Brat, you're courting death. Leave the king's sword behind." Geodemonic Flame was furious. Flames danced behind him, forming a pair of flaming wings that were dozens of feet long. They were like heavenly blades that slashed at Lin Xian. The king's blood was extremely precious. If he could obtain it, he could definitely raise his bloodline power to the extreme and possibly even revert to his ancestors. At that time, he might have a chance to become a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace. So no matter what, he would not give up on the king's blood. All of a sudden, all kinds of terrifying attacks rushed at Lin Xian, wanting to tear him apart. Lin Xian's body flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air as he dodged like a bubble. He steeled his heart and urged the devouring sword to increase its devouring power. The king's blood trembled even more violently, as if it would disappear at any moment. Originally, with Yi Linyun's strength, it was impossible for them to obtain the king's blood. However, the devouring sword was too terrifying. With Lin Xian's support, it seemed like it was going to devour the king's blood. Lin Xian activated the devouring sword as if he had gone mad. The vortex on the black sword's tip spun quickly, forming a strange and unpredictable power. In the next moment, It sucked the blood away and disappeared. "Leave behind the blood of a king." Yi Linyun roared in anger. He slashed out with his long sword, sending out streaks of sword light. Yu Qingsheng and Jiao Moyan also roared. They no longer held back and took out their trump cards to face Lin Xian. All of a sudden, all sorts of terrifying attacks were launched, shattering the entire void. However, Lin Xian was already prepared. After he devoured the king's blood, he immediately used the sword of devouring to escape from this space. The black vortex enveloped his body and swallowed him into the darkness. After that, Lin Xian completely disappeared. Jiao Moyan went crazy. Purple flames shot out and burned the whole area. However, no matter how angry he was, he could not find any trace of Lin Xian. "Search with all our might. We must find this thief." The three of them were furious. They decided to launch an all-out search. The forest was thick and dense. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky. A black hole appeared out of thin air and quickly expanded. Then, a figure jumped out of the black hole and landed on the ground. This figure was Lin Xian. However, he was not in a good state at the moment. Using the sword of devouring consumed a lot of soul power. Lin Xian had used the sword of devouring twice, which was already beyond his endurance. If not for his strong will, he would have fainted already. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He quickly scattered some powder on his body and set up a formation. This was the formation that Zhao Ziki had given him. It was used to hide his presence and avoid being tracked. He had stolen the blood of a king. Those people would definitely go crazy looking for him. Therefore, he had to hide carefully. Otherwise, in his current state, if he was found, the consequences would be dire. However, Lin Xian was not too worried. As long as his soul power recovered, he would not need to be afraid of anyone while comprehending the sword intent in Wang Zhe's blood. In the evening, the setting sun cast the entire forest into darkness. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on a huge tree trunk and quickly recovered. Not long after, he opened his eyes. The soul power that he had consumed was completely recovered. Next was to comprehend the blood of a king. He summoned the snow-white monkey to protect him while his soul power entered the mysterious small sword. There, a drop of scarlet blood floated, emitting a terrifying aura. The scarlet light flashed and turned into a blood-red long sword. Lin Xian used the sword intent of a dragon to attack and triggered the terrifying sword intent in the blood of a king. Then, the monstrous sword intent surged out as if to destroy everything. Lin Xian focused and quickly comprehended. The space in the mysterious small sword was very magical. It did not care about the destruction of the sword intent at all. Moreover, Lin Xian was surprised to find that his comprehension seemed to have increased greatly in the mysterious small sword. The originally hazy bottleneck of the great success of the sword intent was now very clear. It was as if he could cross it at any time. Just as Lin Xian was comprehending the great success of the sword intent, the entire Lost Lands was surging with undercurrents. The three six-star sects had joined forces with their subsidiary sects and launched a large-scale search to capture Lin Xian. The Lost Lands was originally controlled by the three major forces. Now that all of them were on the move, it could be said that Lin Xian was doomed. Lin Xian also knew that the situation was urgent. He had to comprehend the great success of the sword intent. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the anger of the three six-star sections. 3 days later, a dazzling sword light burst out from his body. The terrifying sword aura turned into a true dragon and roared at the sky. At this moment, all the demonic beasts within 100 miles were prostrated on the ground, trembling. It was a pressure that came from the depths of their souls. The dragon's roar made them unable to resist at all. The nearby martial artists were also shocked. The sword aura was too terrifying. It made their hearts tremble. Could it be that thief? Quickly report that the target has been found. No one dared to delay. They quickly released signals to inform Yi Linyun and the others. Soon, countless martial artists rushed over. Everyone joined forces and formed a circle, rushing toward the source of the sword aura. On the giant tree, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze turned into rays of sword light, tearing the space in front of him. Is this the great success of the sword intent? It's so powerful. He clenched his fists and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he frowned. He sensed a large number of martial artists chasing after him. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he raised his arm. These people joined forces to search for him. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? In the next moment, he lowered his arm and a sword aura that was 100 feet long was released. The sword aura was swift and fierce. It was like a true dragon charging at high speed. Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks shattered and the ground caved in. I know. The martial artists who were chasing after him screamed in horror and quickly retreated. However, they were still one step too late. Chapter 529. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing the entire earth to tremble. Mountains collapsed one after another, and countless trees were swept away by the fierce wind, turning into pieces under the sword chi. This sword was too terrifying. It killed more than 10 early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists. A 1,000-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. It was terrifying. The surviving martial artists trembled and fled. They no longer dared to chase after Lin Xian. It was too terrifying. Even Yi Linyun and the other two top experts might not be able to create such a terrifying aura. After repelling everyone, Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly disappeared. After reaching greater success in sword intent, his perception of the great dragon sword had become clearer. Now was the time to find it. Not long after he left, Jiao Moyan, Yu Qingqing, and the others quickly arrived. They looked at the bottomless sword scar in silence. Judging from the aura emanating from him, Lin Xian had already surpassed them. Jiao Moyan's expression was ferocious as he clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. It had only been a few days, and Lin Xian had surpassed him from an ant. He couldn't accept this. Yu Qingqing also sighed. Lin Xian's growth was too fast. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they were no match for Lin Xian. In the forest, Yi Linyun looked at the 1,000-meter-long sword scar with a solemn expression. He then turned into a sword light and rushed forward. His mentality was different from Jiao Moyan and Yu Qingqing. As a swordsman, he had to fight with Lin Xian. Lin Xian was moving in the direction he sensed. At this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful force rapidly approaching from behind. He abruptly turned his head and saw a beam of sword chi rushing over from behind. Wherever it passed, the trees on both sides were cut in half. The sword chi was too sharp. It destroyed everything around it. Nothing could stop it. Yi Linyun. Lin Xian stopped with a solemn expression. He had to admit that his opponent was an outstanding swordsman. The sword light arrived in front of Lin Xian and instantly stopped. The terrifying sword chi turned into a sword wave, slicing through the air in all directions. Yi Linyun's figure also appeared. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he carried an ancient sword on his back. His body was filled with sword intent, and he looked like an unsheathed divine sword. Mastery of sword intent. You've really broken through to mastery of sword intent. Yi Linyun looked at Lin Xian, his voice trembling slightly. Needless to say, this was definitely the effect of the king's blood. If he had obtained the king's blood back then his sword intent would most likely have taken a step closer and reached the great perfection realm. No one can take away what belongs to me, and you are no exception. Yi Linyun pulled out the ancient sword on his back. Holding the ancient sword, Yi Linyun's sword chi became even stronger. If it was before, Lin Xian really wouldn't have been confident. But now that he had reached the large success stage of sword intent, he didn't fear Yi Linyun at all. He believed that the great success of the great dragon sword intent was definitely stronger than his opponent's sword intent. You're very strong, but you can't beat me. Lin Xian was very confident. Arrogant. Yi Linyun shouted angrily. He had never been underestimated. Although Lin Xian had also comprehended the great success stage of sword intent, he didn't believe that his opponent's sword intent was stronger than his. After all, he had comprehended the great success stage of sword intent for quite some time. In terms of sword intent, he could definitely crush his opponent. Thinking of this, he stabbed out with the ancient sword in his hand, and a monstrous spiritual energy erupted. The sword qi was like a rainbow that quickly streaked across the void. Wherever it passed, small spatial cracks appeared. Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword and used the sword drawing technique. The sword qi of wind and thunder struck the ancient sword. Bang! The two swords collided, forming a sword wave that spread out in all directions. The ground shook, and the surrounding trees were cut in half. Countless sword qi appeared in the air and flew in all directions. After one strike, the entire ground was covered in wounds. Seeing that his ancient sword was blocked, Yi Linyun's pupils shrank. Then he swept his sword across, and countless sword qi flew out. Every sword qi was terrifying and contained the great success stage of sword intent. Hundreds of sword qi attacked together, and all of them blasted toward Lin Xian. This attack was very terrifying, and very few people in the spirit detecting realm could block it. Lin Xian stopped abruptly, and the wind shadow sword drew a half moon in front of him. The great success stage dragon sword intent merged with the sword qi, and the moon-breaking sword qi flew out. The huge arc-shaped sword qi was like a crescent moon, and it instantly split apart all of Yi Linyun's sword qi. Then, it quickly slashed down. Yi Linyun's body retreated rapidly, and he was drifting unsteadily. He was extremely shocked. He used his speed to the extreme, and only then did he barely manage to dodge the crescent sword qi. How is this possible? They were both at the great success stage of sword intent, but why was his opponent's sword intent so sharp that it could split all of his attacks in one move? This didn't make sense at all. One had to know that he was the peerless genius of the Deity Sword Villa, and he had comprehended the great success stage of sword intent for 2 years. In terms of mastery and usage of sword intent, he was absolutely confident that he could crush Lin Xian. However, reality gave him a blow to the head. In front of Lin Xian, his great success stage sword qi couldn't even withstand a single blow. He couldn't accept it. Impossible. Suppress him. Yi Linyun shouted. His sword intent intertwined, forming a mysterious sword diagram. The sword diagram was at a loss, and it emitted an unpredictable aura, as if it could envelop heaven and earth. Yi Linyun waved the ancient sword, and he controlled the sword diagram to suppress Lin Xian. The mysterious sword diagram released tens of thousands of sword qi, and even the void couldn't withstand it. Lin Xian focused. He had already seen the power of the sword diagram, and it was terrifying. However, now that he had reached the great success stage of sword intent, he wasn't afraid of the sword diagram at all. On the wind shadow sword, the black dragon flame danced, and it emitted scorching energy. A black dragon was born with the sword qi, and it flew out quickly. Bang! In the next moment, it dashed out and occupied the entire space, and its huge dragon claws slapped the sword diagram. The black flame danced and burned, and the sword qi was domineering, destroying the sword diagram. Yi Linyun's mysterious sword diagram was completely suppressed by the black dragon flame, and the light on it dimmed. Take my strongest attack. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and said. Then, all the spiritual energy in his body surged and poured into the sword diagram. The dim sword diagram emitted a dazzling light again, and sword intent intertwined on the sword diagram, forming a mysterious sword that emitted a shocking aura. The sword diagram and the divine sword rushed out quickly, slashing toward Lin Xian. The divine sword was only 3 feet long, but it seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth as it rushed toward Lin Xian. Sword of Nirvana. Lin Xian waved the wind shadow sword, and with a stab, everything fell silent. He had comprehended this move from the king's blood, and it was extremely powerful. He had comprehended a total of 3 moves, and this sword of Nirvana was one of them. An aura of death was emitted, and it quickly collided with the sword diagram. The originally bright divine sword diagram quickly dimmed under the influence of the sword of Nirvana, as if it had run out of energy. What sword technique is this? Yi Linyun was shocked. This move was too strange, and it directly made his sword diagram disappear. Chapter 530. With a flash of sword light, it pierced through Yi Linyun's defense. The terrifying sword intent instantly left a bloody hole in his shoulder. Yi Linyun was terrified and frantically retreated. However, Lin Xian was even faster. He waved his left palm and struck Yi Linyun's chest, sending him flying. "You've lost." Lin Xian sheathed his sword with a cold expression. Then, he turned around and left, quickly disappearing. His strength had already surpassed Yi Linyun's, so there was no point in continuing the fight. Yi Linyun lay on the ground, his eyes losing their luster. He had always claimed to be a sword genius and had never taken anyone seriously. When he first met Lin Xian, although he did not show it, he still disdained him in his heart. However, today the person he disdained had actually defeated him. This was undoubtedly a deep irony to him. He knew that Lin Xian had already become his inner demon. If he did not resolve it, his sword skills would probably not improve in this lifetime. Bush. Two figures rushed over from behind and landed on a tree branch. These two people were Jiu Demonic Flame and Yu Qingqing. They were originally chasing after Lin Xian, but when they saw Yi Linyun's situation, they were all stunned. Even someone as powerful as Yi Linyun had been defeated. Were they still going to chase after him? Lin Xian naturally did not know this. He followed the perception of the great dragon sword and quickly ran into the forest. The trees in front of him became sparse, and a mountain range appeared. In the mountain range, there was a huge palace floating. Lin Xian sensed that the great dragon sword seemed to be in the palace. He did not delay any longer and turned into a stream of light, flying away. After approaching, he saw the huge palace clearly. It was a dark red palace. It was surrounded by black lightning, emitting a wild and desolate aura. On the stone pillars, there were all kinds of ancient beasts carved. The workmanship was amazing. What was even more shocking was that the entire palace was sitting on a pile of bones. Those bones were very large. The shortest was dozens of feet long, while the longest was hundreds of feet long. There were even some that were close to 10,000 feet long. These bones were piled together, forming a white bone mountain. The great desolate palace sat on top of the bone mountain. The two scenes gave people a very shocking visual impact. Lin Xian took a deep breath and transformed into a bolt of lightning as he quickly approached. Soon he arrived in front of the palace. His surrounding soul power probed forward, but it was blocked by a mysterious power. Even though he was so close to it, he still felt that the palace was like a dream, as if it shouldn't exist. This feeling was too strange. It was something he had never experienced before. "Be careful, I sense an unusual aura." Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded and cautiously walked forward. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he moved 10 meters to the side. The space where he was originally standing cracked open. Countless wind blades appeared and shattered the space. "You're that thief? Interesting." A mocking voice sounded. "If he's only SOSO. In my opinion, he can't even withstand a single blow. I can crush him to death with a single finger." This voice was filled with disdain. Lin Xian's expression was gloomy. He looked back, and his expression changed. There was a figure standing on a nearby hill. This person was very strange. He had a body with two heads, one on the left and one on the right. One was a man and one was a woman. What kind of person was this? This was clearly a monster. At this moment, the two heads were looking at Lin Xian, their eyes full of malice. "Hee hee, big brother, look at that thief's shocked expression. He's so cute. I really want to cut off his head and hug it. Cute my ass. I must chop him into mincemeat and feed him to the dogs." The two of them spoke one after another, completely disregarding Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. This monster gave him a very dangerous feeling. Moreover, he didn't sense its existence at all. If it wasn't for the spiritual energy fluctuations from the last attack, he might not have been able to dodge in time. What is this monster's background? Hee hee, that little thief definitely wants to know who we are, but we won't tell him. The little monster sister laughed. "Little sister, stop messing around. I must let him die knowing." The big monster brother's face was insolent. "Little thief, you dared to kill a disciple of my divine bird palace. Today I will let you die. I will pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, refine your soul, and seal you in hell forever." Divine Bird Palace? They are also disciples of the Divine Bird Palace? Lin Xian was shocked, but when he thought about the strange combination of the 3 heads of the 3-headed vermilion blood bird, he was no longer surprised. There was no need to think. For such a monster to exist, it had to be the divine bird palace. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that this 2-headed monster's cultivation was abnormally strong. It was far stronger than the demonic dove flame. Perhaps even Yi Linyun was not its opponent. This guy should be at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. I just don't know if this 2-headed monster has any other special abilities? Lin Xian guessed. Little thief, have you thought about how you're going to die? The big monster brother shouted. Hee hee, big brother, you must preserve his head. The little monster sister laughed. Stop bragging. You're neither a man nor a woman. Show me what you've got. Lin Xian coldly snorted. What did you say? You're courting death. The little monster sister screamed. Wah wah wah, I'll tear you to pieces. The big monster brother also crazily roared. As brother and sister, they were twins and had inherited the pure bloodline of the 3-headed vermilion blood bird. Although they were strong, they were still monsters in the eyes of outsiders. Lin Xian's words had poked at their sore spot, so the two of them were extremely irritable. Little brat, you're dead. No one in the world can save you. The big monster brother crazily roared. A death scythe appeared in his hand with purple lightning dancing on top of it. The little monster sister took out a giant fan. A green light flowed on top of it, containing the power of the wind. I'll make your head into the most beautiful specimen. The little monster sister shouted and waved the giant fan in her hand. The power of the wind enveloped Lin Xian. The big monster brother waved his death scythe. Suddenly, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. It was like a sea of thunder from hell. The violent power of the thunder and the cold power of the wind attacked at the same time. Like 2 energy storms, they quickly enveloped Lin Xian. The power was very terrifying. It was far from what geodemonic flame and the others could display. The monster brother and sister must be the top genius disciples of the divine bird palace. Lin Xian's face was solemn. His figure was like a phantom as he dodged at extreme speed. The two's cultivation was far above his. Moreover, they had the power of thunder and wind. They were stronger than him. Fortunately, he had comprehended the great success of the sword intent. Otherwise, there was no way he could fight this battle. Sword of Nirvana. A sword light flashed and the power of death appeared. It was as if it could destroy everything. The gray sword light dragon rushed into the wind and thunder energy and exploded with a terrifying power of Nirvana. Chapter 5:31. Your moves are exquisite, but your power is too weak. Break for me. The monster brothers sneered disdainfully. Then he waved his death scythe, and an even more violent power of thunder and lightning, together with the huge scythe phantom, quickly slashed out. Ka-ka-ka. The Nirvana sword shattered under the bombardment, turning into bits and pieces and disappearing into the sky. Ha-ha. The monster brother laughed. Little thief, go to hell. The scythe phantom was too powerful, instantly shattering the Nirvana sword. The monster brothers' casual attack had already surpassed Yi Linyun's strongest move. On the other side, the monster sister waved the green fan in her hand, and the surrounding air condensed and then quickly cracked, like countless cracks appearing on the surface of a mirror. For a moment, Lin Xian felt the surrounding space freeze, as if his body was about to be torn apart. He quickly used the concept of wind to resist the opponent's wind power. At the same time, he waved his sword again. Sword of Slaughter. This sword was also comprehended from the blood of a king. On the sword light, a scarlet blood light appeared, and a blood-colored sword aura surged out. The light was dazzling, like blood, and emitted a bloody aura, as well as a monstrous aura of slaughter. This was a sword of slaughter, and the violent spiritual energy instantly slashed at the monster. Ka-ka-ka. Wherever the blood-colored sword aura passed, the space cracked, and the opponent's wind power was destroyed. Hee-hee, interesting. The monster sister laughed, and the fan in her hand spun. Suddenly, dozens of gusts of wind appeared, connecting heaven and earth, and swept towards Lin Xian. The ground cracked, and the mountain rocks collapsed. It was a terrifying scene. The two fought fiercely, and the energy was vast and terrifying, sweeping in all directions. However, they did not notice that there were 8 black stone steels buried in the ground around the bone palace. Now, the violent energy fluctuations had blasted the ground open, and the stone steels emitted a strange light. Suddenly, one of the stone steels was blasted away by the surging energy. The black stone steel that was blasted away had a smooth surface. It paused in the air for a moment, and then quickly flew towards the ground. It was as if it wanted to suppress something. However, just as it approached the ground, a beam of energy suddenly rushed out from the ground, shattering the black stone steel. Lin Xian and the demon siblings did not notice this. They were still fighting fiercely. However, not long after, a terrifying aura gushed out from the ground. It was as if a peerless demon was about to be born. Lin Xian was shocked. His figure retreated like a flash of sword light, instantly arriving at a safe place. The demon siblings stopped in midair, their expressions grave and uneasy. They quickly looked around and locked onto the ground. "Big brother, what's the aura this time? Why do I feel that it's even stronger than our holy bird?" "I don't know. Looking at the strange situation here, could there really be some terrifying existence suppressed below?" For a moment, they were bewildered. Lin Xian was also puzzled. This aura was too powerful. He felt that it had even surpassed a venerable one's aura. "Kid, something's not right. I'm afraid there's a peerless monster below." Wine Lord transmitted his voice. "Don't act rashly. If there's a threat, use the devouring sword to escape." Lin Xian nodded and released his soul force to sense the surroundings. "Big brother, do we still want to kill this little thief?" the little monster sister asked. "He's an enemy of our divine bird palace. If we don't kill him, we won't be able to sleep tonight." The demon brothers' expression was ferocious. They observed for a while and found that although the aura underground was fierce, it couldn't come out for a while. They had absolute confidence that they could kill Lin Xian in one move. "Little thief, I don't have time to play with you." The demon brother waved his huge scythe. The sky was filled with scythe phantoms. Like the summoning of the Grim Reaper, the death scythe was entwined with purple lightning. Its momentum was terrifying and incomparably violent. A scythe blade that was 100 feet long quickly slashed down from the void. The little monster sister also unleashed waves of sharp wind power. The combination of wind and thunder made the death scythe even more fierce. It had the momentum to destroy everything. The void cracked, and countless small cracks appeared as if it couldn't bear this power. Lin Xian didn't force his way. He raised his speed to the extreme and retreated like lightning. At the same time, he activated the wind concept to reduce the spatial resistance to the minimum. Sword light flashed under Lin Xian's feet. In an instant his speed reached the extreme. The huge death scythe slashed down, and a terrifying trench appeared on the ground again. This attack sent another black steel flying. The huge death scythe was about to envelop Lin Xian. At this moment, an even more violent aura surged from the ground. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed the death scythe and shattered the black steel that was sent flying. Then, the terrifying death scythe turned into pure energy and sank into the ground. The ground trembled, and countless cracks spread out in all directions. It was a shocking sight, as if it would split open at any time. The remaining 6 steels emitted light, forming a huge astral array that suppressed the area below. However, because 2 of the array were broken, it was badly damaged. Moreover, it was unknown if it was because of its age, but the array's light flickered. Roar! A deep roar came from the ground. It was dull and desolate, but it carried an endless aura. As soon as the sound came out, countless lightning bolts appeared in the sky, dancing wildly. There were even bolts of lightning as thick as buckets that struck in all directions. "What's this? Is there really a peerless beast coming out?" The demon sister had a look of fear. "Damn it, it's too strange. Let's retreat first." The demon brother did not dare to fight anymore. "Little thief, consider yourself lucky. I'll spare your life for now. I'll definitely take your head another day." The demon siblings rushed into the sky, wanting to leave. However, they did not go far before an invisible barrier bounced them back. How can this be? It hurts. Why can't we go out? The demon's sister roared. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. From the situation just now, it seemed that the surroundings had been sealed. However, he did not know if it was because of the array or the demons below. However, he had the sword of devouring, so he was not too worried. On the other side, the demon siblings condensed the death scythe once again and slashed at the void, trying to tear open the invisible shackles and escape this world. However, their attacks were futile. The bombardment did not remove any threat at all. Instead, their attacks turned into pure energy and sank into the ground. The demon siblings were shocked by this scene. A sense of fear enveloped their hearts. Damn it! They roared, then looked at Lin Xian. Despicable little thief, it's all because of you that we're in such danger. I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Lin Xian's face was gloomy as he snorted, I'm standing right here. Come at me if you have the ability. If you don't bite like mad dogs. What did you say? You're courting death. We'll kill you right now. The demon's siblings roared crazily and turned into afterimages as they charged over. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He held the Wind Shadow sword and released his Greater Success sword intent, ready to charge out at any moment. Chapter 5:32. The surrounding air exploded, and large cracks appeared in the space as countless black holes flickered within. This terrifying momentum sent the demon's siblings flying in the sky. Lin Xian was also shocked. He used his movement technique to quickly dodge. At the same time, he waved his long sword and slashed the violent energy around him away. This aura was too terrifying. He did not plan to stay here any longer. At this moment, several extremely powerful auras suddenly came from afar and were rushing in this direction. In the next moment, 8 figures appeared in the sky. 8 figures stood in the sky. Lin Xian was shocked. He looked up and saw 8 people wearing beast skins. Their expressions were solemn, and their auras were powerful. Even the weakest one was stronger than the monster siblings. 2 of them had the most powerful auras. Lin Xian sensed that they were definitely not weaker than the supremacies he had seen before. Who are these people? There are actually 2 supremacies. Lin Xian was astonished. Judging from the monster siblings' expressions, these people were definitely not from the 3 forces. There was only one possibility, and that was that they were natives of the Lost Lands. There were actually supremacies in the Lost Lands. Lin Xian did not dare to imagine it. The 8 figures in the sky looked at the cracked ground and the pillar-like black shadow with solemn expressions. One of the old men stretched out his palm and grabbed downwards, instantly breaking the invisible barrier. The 8 figures quickly descended and appeared in front of Lin Xian. Brats from the outside world, how dare you break the secondary sealing steels? One of the young men in beast clothing shouted coldly. As for the others, they quickly scouted out the situation. Oh no, the 2 sealing steels have disappeared. Someone exclaimed. What? The old man in the lead was shocked. Quickly set up the formation. We must suppress the monsters below. You 2 dare to break the seal of the steels. You're courting death. The young man in beast clothing had a cold expression. He quickly attacked, and 2 light palms blasted towards Lin Xian and the monster siblings. Lin Yuxuan quickly dodged and narrowly avoided the huge light palms. The monster siblings were even more furious. They were geniuses and had never been scolded like this before. Now, there was actually someone who was disrespectful to them. This was simply more detestable than that little thief. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them wielded huge scythes and hacked apart the palm of light, quickly rushing over. Unexpectedly, the beast-robed young man snorted coldly and pointed his finger at the scythe phantom in the sky. Then, the finger beam blasted the demon siblings away. Lin Xian was astonished. This youth was too powerful. He had sent the demon's cultivation flying with a single move. It has to be said that the monster siblings were both at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. The 2 of them together were extremely powerful. But now, he was defeated with a single move. Then, the beast-clothed young man looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. Those who destroy the sealing steel, die. As he pointed out with his finger, the space around him trembled as a gigantic finger beam spun rapidly, arriving before Lin Xian in an instant. It was too fast, so fast that Lin Xian had no time to react. At the critical moment, he used the Sword of Devouring to devour his body and disappeared. Using the Sword of Devouring consumed soul power, and the longer the distance, the more soul power it consumed. Lin Xian could easily cover a distance of 10 feet. 10 feet away, she appeared with a trace of anger in her eyes. She didn't know what the sealing steel was, and the other party didn't give any explanation. She was furious that he tried to kill her as soon as he appeared. He actually dodged it. The beast-clothed young man was surprised, and then a trace of anger appeared on his face. It was a bit surprising that an ant could dodge his attack. He raised his finger and wanted to attack again. At this moment, the old man in the lead shouted, "Shirkuan, what are you doing? Hurry up and set up the array. If that ferocious beast escapes, everyone will die." Hearing the shout, the beast-clothed young man's face changed. He looked coldly at Lin Xian, then quickly moved to the front of a black steel. "Boy, you're lucky. I'll spare your life this time. But since you dare to destroy the steel, I'll take your life sooner or later." A voice full of killing intent echoed in Lin Xian's ears. At this moment, the 8 natives of the Lost Land quickly used their spiritual power and injected it into the steel. A huge starlight array was formed, with a monstrous aura, suppressing the area below. Lin Xian frowned. It was not a good thing to be targeted by such a powerful warrior. Moreover, the other party seemed determined to kill him. It didn't feel good to be controlled by others. Only by obtaining the Great Dragon Sword could he get rid of this situation. Thinking of this, he retreated to the side and secretly observed the situation. On the White Bone Mountain, there was a huge palace surrounded by black lightning. Ordinary warriors couldn't get close at all. According to Wine Lord's judgment, even a warrior in the Venerable Realm couldn't break the black lightning. Lin Xian could use the Sword of Devouring to go in, but it consumed too much soul power. He would be in a weakened state if he went in. That place was definitely not safe. If he encountered danger in his weakened state, he wouldn't be able to resist it. He would be courting death if he went in. Therefore, he was waiting for an opportunity. The ground cracked, and a black shadow danced in all directions, resisting the new array formed by the 8 warriors. Only then did Lin Xian realize that the huge black shadow was actually a tail. However, the tail was too terrifying. It was 100 feet long and covered with scales. Each scale was the size of a house, shining brightly, and filled with terrifying power. The tail shook, and every time it hit the starlight array. If it weren't for the strange energy emitted by the black steel, the 8 warriors wouldn't be able to resist the huge tail. Even with the suppression of the black steel, the 8 of them still found it difficult. The tail that was 100 feet long bombarded the starlight array, and then it was sent flying by the impact. It fell in the direction of the mysterious palace. Boom, boom. The tail that was 100 feet long hit the mysterious palace, and the surrounding black lightning immediately formed a terrifying lightning power, enveloping it. Crackle. Suddenly, a low roar came from below. Obviously, the power of the black lightning was too much for the beast to bear. Then, the tail that was 100 feet long slashed at the black lightning like a heavenly knife. The two collided, and there was an earth-shaking roar. The entire mountain range trembled, and countless mountains exploded and turned into gravel. What was even more shocking was that the huge tail actually tore open a crack in the black lightning. This scene immediately shocked the 8 indigenous warriors. They knew how terrifying the black lightning was. Once, there was a martial venerable in their tribe who wanted to enter the lost shrine. In the end, he was struck by the black lightning and nothing was left. Since then, no one dared to have any ideas about the palace. Instead, they followed the ancient will and guarded the White Bone Mountain, suppressing the demonic creatures below. However, they didn't expect the demon below the White Bone Mountain to be able to split the black lightning. Needless to say, the peerless demon's cultivation must have surpassed the martial venerable realm. If it came out, it would definitely be a disaster for the entire lost place. Therefore, they had to suppress it. Lin Xian saw the gap in the distance, and his heart beat wildly. Chapter 5:33. Therefore he did not hesitate. He turned into a ray of sword light and quickly approached the mysterious palace. The beast-robed youth happened to see this scene. "Brat, you're courting death." The beast-robed youth was furious. He did not expect that an ant would dare to touch the lost temple. Immediately, the other 7 powerhouses saw this scene, but all of their spiritual energy was used to maintain the array, so they could not do anything. They could only watch as Lin Xian entered the lost temple through the gap in the black lightning. In the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared, and the black lightning that was split open completely recovered and emitted a terrifying energy again. "Elder, that little thief entered the lost temple. What should we do?" The beast-robed youth roared unwillingly. "Ignore him. The lost temple is extremely dangerous. Even a venerable will die inside. He's only at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm. There's no chance for him to survive." The leading elder shook his head. If the lost temple was so easy to break into, they would have acted long ago. "Alright, don't think too much. Quickly suppress this beast." The 8 of them shouted and poured their spiritual energy into the black stone tablet. The other 2 venerables used their methods to simulate 2 stone tablets and suppressed it together. The mysterious palace was gloomy and gloomy. After Lin Xian entered, his perception of the great dragon sword became stronger and stronger. He could clearly sense that the great dragon sword was in this palace, and he also felt a faint summoning. It seemed that his great dragon sword intent had a trace of connection with the great dragon sword soul. After passing through layers of passages, Lin Xian quickly walked into the depths of the palace. He remembered that there was a mysterious man in the image he had seen before. If he guessed correctly, that mysterious man should be from the Black Dragon sect. No matter what, he would not let him get the great dragon sword soul. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's speed increased again, and he turned into a ray of light and quickly disappeared. In the huge space, there was a black array platform in the center. The platform was surrounded by black crystals that were 10 feet tall. They emitted a strange and unpredictable power that formed a defensive barrier. In the center of the array platform, the great dragon sword soul was constantly floating. Not far from the black altar stood a black-robed man. This man had a feminine appearance. His face was pale, and there were a few black scales on his cheeks. At this moment, he looked at the black altar with a fiery gaze. However, he did not move. The reason for that was because there was an invisible power surrounding the black altar that was capable of blocking everything. After such a long time, the black-robed man was still advancing slowly. He still hadn't reached the edge of the altar. There were 4 pitch-black gates in the 4 corners of the mysterious space, just like the gates of hell. The door behind the black-robed man was already open, while the other 3 sides were sealed. At this moment, the sealed black door in front of the black-robed man suddenly trembled. Someone came in. Don't tell me they are the aboriginals of the Lost Lands. The black-robed man's eyes were cold. He had also heard that the natives of the Lost Lands were called the descendants of the gods. It seemed that they had a special method to enter this place. With doubts in his heart, he looked at the opened pitch-black door. The black door slowly opened and a young man walked out. His face was delicate and pretty, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. What? It's him. The black-robed man was shocked. Then, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Xian ran all the way and saw a pitch-black door. Without hesitation, he quickly pushed open the hellish door. Then he saw a huge black altar. Sure enough, it was not long before Lin Xian's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He felt that there was a huge force in front of him that was preventing him from moving forward. If he forced his way forward, he would probably be smashed to pieces. As expected of the great dragon sword soul, every step was so dangerous. Lin Xian was shocked. He stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. He had only taken 3 steps, and there was still a distance of 300 feet between him and the huge altar in the center. Meanwhile, the black-robed man was about 200 feet away. "Ha, lowly worm. I don't know how you came in, but with your strength, you want to get close to the altar? You must be dreaming." Chapter 5:34. Lin Xian's face turned cold. He clenched his teeth and prepared to use the devouring sword. However, the great dragon sword was also one of the 5 swords in the world. It had the same power as the devouring sword, so it couldn't be devoured. Even if he used the devouring sword to forcefully move, he couldn't do it here. He sighed helplessly. He could only find another way. I wonder if the great dragon sword intent will work? Lin Xian began to use the great dragon sword intent in his body. The great dragon sword intent rushed out, forming a sharp aura. The next moment, the great dragon sword soul in the black altar suddenly trembled. It transformed into the shape of a long sword as if it wanted to cut through space and time. What? He can actually resonate with the great dragon sword soul. The black-robed man was shocked. Then, his face became very ugly. One had to know that he had previously mocked Lin Xian. In his opinion, how could a weak worm like Lin Xian be able to connect with the great dragon sword soul? His identity was extraordinary and his cultivation was powerful. Even so, he couldn't connect with the great dragon sword soul. However, Lin Xian had released a trace of sword intent, which caused the great dragon sword soul to tremble. How is this possible? The black-robed man's face was very gloomy. He stared at Lin Xian and carefully felt the sword intent. Large success sword intent. He was slightly shocked. It was rare for someone at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm to comprehend large success sword intent. Something's wrong. Although it's only large success sword intent, it feels stronger than other sword intents. What kind of sword intent can connect with the great dragon sword soul? The black-robed man felt a bit uneasy. Seeing that the great dragon sword intent could connect with the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian was also very happy. Next, he prepared to use the great dragon sword intent to open a path and see if he could cut through the invisible resistance to get close to the great dragon sword soul. He pulled out the wind shadow sword and waved it. Sword intent surged out, and a bright sword light slashed forward. Before the sword light landed, it encountered a great resistance. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands holding the sword chi. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and used the great dragon sword intent. The sword chi slowly descended, cutting through the invisible resistance bit by bit. Although it was slow, it was much better than before. Relying on the great dragon sword intent, Lin Xian slowly approached the great dragon sword soul. On the other side, the black-robed man's face became even more gloomy. He snorted coldly and the spiritual energy in his body surged, forming a terrifying pressure. With a wave of his hand, a dark silhouette shot out. A gigantic beast claw appeared in the air and swiped forward like a dragon claw. If it was outside, the claw might even be able to kill a venerable one. At this moment, the terrifying beast claw attack was not as effective as the great dragon sword will. This scene caused the black-robed man to be stunned. His heart went crazy, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Xian with a single palm strike. However, in this place, he could only go mad in his heart. He couldn't break through the restriction at all, let alone kill it. Seeing the black-robed man's speed, Lin Xian's heart calmed down. A sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he exerted even more effort to stimulate the great dragon sword intent. Although the black-robed man had arrived earlier than him, at this speed, he would definitely reach the great dragon sword soul before the black-robed man. When that time came, the situation would be different. Just like that, the two of them opened up a path day and night and finally reached the 30-meter mark almost at the same time. In this place, Lin Xian could already feel the pressure brought about by the great dragon sword soul. Only now did he know why the black-robed man mocked him mercilessly in the beginning. Even a venerable one would not be able to get close to this aura. If it were not for the fact that he had the great dragon sword intent that came from the same source as the great dragon sword soul, the aura of the great dragon sword soul would probably be able to kill him. As expected of the great dragon sword soul. It's so terrifying. What shocked him even more was that the black-robed man's cultivation was definitely above the Venerable One realm. Those with a cultivation above the Venerable One realm in the Black Dragon sect would definitely have a terrifying identity. On the other side, the black-robed man was even more shocked. Lin Xian could actually reach the 30-meter mark at the same time as him. This was something he had never expected. he looked at Lin Xian with a piercing, killing intent in his eyes. If there was a chance, he would quickly attack without mercy. Not only was this person a great threat to him, but he was also a huge hidden danger to the entire Black Dragon sect. Thinking of this, he stretched out his palm. His originally white palm glowed as countless tiny black scales appeared and instantly covered his entire palm. The scales were black and filled with a metallic luster. They emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Rays of bright light appeared on the black-robed man's 5 fingers. The light rolled and turned into 5 ferocious small dragons that roared at the sky. A deep dragon roar sounded and shook the entire space. The great dragon sword soul on the array platform began to roll and tremble. Clearly, the black-robed man could also cause the great dragon sword soul to tremble. This is true dragon chi. Lin Xian was astonished. He stared closely at the palm and carefully examined it. In the end, he confirmed that it was the chi of a true dragon. As far as he knew, true dragon chi was buried deep in the earth's dragon veins and could not be found in ordinary places. In the entire Tianan region, true dragon chi could only be found in the ancient Azure Dragon City. Moreover, the true dragon chi was very special. Only the top 72 true dragon geniuses could be nourished and protected by it. However, that was only for a short period of time. After leaving the super arena, the true dragon chi would disappear. As for others, including supremacies, they could not use the true dragon chi, let alone bring it out of the ancient Azure Dragon City. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword intent and the sword of devouring. That was why he could bring the true dragon chi out. However, he did not expect that the black-robed man would also have true dragon chi in his hands. These must have been collected at the Azure Dragon Gathering. Lin Xian was shocked. His opponent had indeed made sufficient preparations. The black-robed man waved his hand and the true dragon chi intertwined to form a dragon-shaped claw. He grabbed forward and tore the invisible resistance apart. Soon he was 90 feet away. The true dragon chi was indeed extraordinary. Even with his extraordinary status and strength, he could not fully comprehend the mysteries within. However, this did not affect his use of it. The black-robed man looked at Lin Xian with anger burning in his heart. These 5 strands of true dragon chi were extremely precious. He had spent a lot of time and effort to bring them out of the ancient Azure Dragon City. If a cultivator could comprehend and absorb this true dragon chi, their strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. If not for the great dragon sword soul, he would not have wasted such precious true dragon chi. Moreover, in his plan, he would obtain more true dragon chi in this Azure Dragon Gathering. This way, he would be able to obtain the great dragon sword soul faster. However, all of this was ruined by Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he attacked even more fiercely. Looking at the dragon-shaped claw, Lin Xian was surprised. So the true dragon chi had such a use. Chapter 5:35. The speed of breaking through the restriction was definitely faster than his great dragon sword intent. In fact, this was very normal, but Lin Xian didn't know. The great dragon sword seal was just a simple seal, and its power was less than 1/10,000th of the great dragon sword. However, the true dragon chi was different. It was formed by the Earth's spiritual veins for thousands of years, and it was extremely mysterious and had endless uses. Therefore, the power of the true dragon chi had already surpassed Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent. However, Lin Xian was not worried about this. Competing with him in terms of true dragon chi was courting death, because no one could get more than he did. When he first came to the Lost Place, he took away an entire 5-colored battle suit's true dragon chi. The true dragon chi in the battle suit had already reached 10 feet, and the 5 true dragon chi in the black-robed man's hand added up to only 10 feet. It was not even 1/10th of Lin Xian's. Lin Xian sneered, and his fingers slid to the storage bag at his waist. The black-robed man was furious. An ant dared to laugh at him. He was simply tired of living. He decided that when he got the great dragon sword soul, he must pull out Lin Xian's soul and skin him alive. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, and his pupils instantly shrank into the shape of a needle. He saw Lin Xian take out a 5-colored battle suit from the storage bag and quickly put it on. On the battle suit, there was a 10-foot-long true dragon chi, which transformed into the appearance of a true dragon, roaring ferociously. The great dragon sword soul in the array platform was struggling, as if it wanted to break through the sky, and the vibration was dozens of times stronger than before. How is it possible? How can this kid have so much true dragon chi? Could he be an old monster's transformation? The black-robed man was shocked. He couldn't help but be surprised. After all, it took him nearly 10 years to bring out the true dragon chi that was more than 10 feet long. However, Lin Xian actually had a 10-foot-long true dragon chi, which was 10 times more than his. If someone said that he was not an old monster's transformation, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Who are you? The black-robed man's voice was dignified. Why, are you afraid? Lin Xian sneered. If you're afraid, then get lost. The black-robed man had already revealed his killing intent, so he naturally wouldn't give him a good face. As for the great dragon sword soul, he wouldn't give it to him. Brat, you're courting death. The black-robed man angrily roared. Now, he was sure that Lin Xian wasn't some old monster. Instead, he had used some unknown method to obtain the true dragon chi from the Azure Dragon Assembly. Even so, he was still shocked and angry. He had not felt this feeling for hundreds of years. The 30-meter-long true dragon chi was definitely faster than him. If this continued, he would not be able to obtain the great dragon sword soul. The black-robed man's true swords. The black-robed man is not long after, he arrived in front of the array platform. That, the dragon, this dragon, s of longt, of a s of suv. Then, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lowly human, so what if you have the true dragon sword soul? The dragons is destined to be mine. The black-robed man was no longer angry. Instead, he calmed himself down and began to move forward steadily. His actions were full of confidence, as if the dragon's sword soul was destined to be his. Lin Xian was secretly wary of the black-robed man's abnormal behavior. Based on his opponent's character and the importance of the dragon's sword soul, the black-robed man wouldn't give it up so easily. Now that he was doing this, he should have some backup plan. However, Lin Xian didn't find any danger after careful inspection, so he could only move forward quickly. The true dragon swords, was like a roaring true dragon, spiraling forward. The closer he got to the dragon's sword soul, the more shocked Lin Xian became. In the end, his dragon's sword will turned into a dragon-shaped sword chi, roaring toward the sky. Behind him, the black-robed man used the true dragon sword's true sword strength to follow closely behind. Finally, Lin Xian came to the front of the altar. Looking at the dragon's sword soul, he was extremely excited. The black-robed man came to a distance of about 30 feet. He stared at Lin Xian's back, and black flames suddenly appeared in his eyes, pulsating. It was like the fire of hell, gloomy and dark. Just as Lin Xian was about to collect the dragon sword soul, the black dragon's flame in his body suddenly pulsated violently, as if it was out of control. In an instant, the black flames covered his entire body, burning fiercely. If it wasn't for the true dragon sword's true sword, Lin Xian would have been burned to ashes. Lin Xian was shocked. He felt the violent power of the black dragon's flame, and his face became extremely ugly. Oh no, the black dragon's flame is actually devouring me. This was something he didn't expect at all. Although the black dragon's flame came from the outside world, he had completely refined it. Who would have thought that the black dragon flame would go out of control and burn him along with it? He used his true dragon chi to defend himself. At the same time, he suddenly turned around and stared at the black-robed man. The black-robed man had a sinister smile on his face. On his scale-covered palm, there was a ball of black flame dancing around. It was like the fire of the underworld, emitting a strange aura. Kid, the black dragon flame is not so easy to subdue. The black-robed man sneered. Now, let me show you the true might of the black dragon flame. After saying that, he suddenly clenched his fist, and the black dragon flame quickly rose and rolled in the air. Then, the black dragon flames on the surface of Lin Xian's body seemed to be stimulated, burning madly. Black flames blossomed like flowers of the netherworld, and the terrifying heat melted the void. The heat was too terrifying. Perhaps even a venerable one would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian finally understood why Venerable Lord Leng had been tortured by the black dragon flame for almost 100 years. It was too terrifying. This heat had already surpassed his understanding. Even with the true dragon qi protecting his body, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At the critical moment, he quickly used the sword of devouring, forming black vortexes one after another around him. In the sky, the black vortexes spun rapidly, forming a sucking force that absorbed the black dragon flame on the surface of Lin Xian's body. Behind him, the black-robed man was shocked again. He thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure, but he didn't expect him to have a trump card that could dissolve his black dragon flame. One had to know that even a venerable one couldn't do anything against the black dragon flame. Yet, a kid in the spirit-detecting state had a way to dissolve it. This was indeed shocking. However, he was determined to kill Lin Xian and obtain the great dragon sword soul at the same time. Therefore, in the next moment, he attacked with all his might. Both of his arms were covered in black scales that had a gloomy metallic luster. On those scales, endless black dragon flame burned. The aura was so strong that it could almost destroy everything. Lin Xian bore the brunt of the attack. However, he had the great dragon sword intent, which came from the same source as the great dragon sword soul, so he would not be attacked. However, the black-robed man was different. He was only about 10 meters away from the great dragon sword soul, and the aura made his heart tremble. It was as if thousands of swords had slashed his body, tearing him apart. In an instant, his forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. It was as if his entire body had been soaked in cold water. What shocked him even more was that facing the great dragon sword soul, an uncontrollable fear and trembling arose in his heart. This kind of thing had never happened to him before. How is this possible? The great dragon sword soul has been activated. The black-robed man was horrified, and his body trembled slightly. In his current state, it was no longer a matter of whether he could seize the great dragon sword or not. He was afraid that a trace of the great dragon sword soul's aura would be enough to kill him. Damn it, how can the great dragon sword soul be activated? The black-robed man's face was ferocious. He wanted to retreat, but he found that his body seemed to be fixed, and he couldn't control it at all. According to what he had learned from the ancient books, the great dragon sword soul had always been in a state of hibernation. It could only be awakened under extremely special circumstances. However, the probability of this happening was very small, and it was almost impossible. This was also the reason why the black-robed man dared to seize the great dragon sword soul. However, he didn't expect that the great dragon sword soul would awaken now. Could it be because of that sword? The black-robed man was shocked, and he looked up. In the void, the great dragon sword soul had formed a dragon-shaped longsword, and it emitted an endless berserk aura. On the opposite side, there was a pitch-black sword with countless vortexes vibrating on it. It was incomparably strange. That pitch-black sword was not afraid of the great dragon sword soul at all, and it was resisting with great force. The black-robed man was stunned. This was beyond his understanding. Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect this to happen. Now, the devouring sword was completely out of his control. Although the situation was bad, it could be considered a good thing for him. However, his soul force would probably be sucked dry by the devouring sword. In the void, the great dragon sword soul and the devouring sword faced each other, and then an endless light erupted. A huge phantom of a true dragon appeared, filling the entire space with a terrifying aura. On the other side, the devouring sword spun, forming countless terrifying black holes that quickly spread across the entire sky as if it was going to devour the heavens. "Wine Lord, what should we do?" Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. "What will happen when 2 of the 5 swords of the world meet? I'm really looking forward to it." Wine Lord's voice had a trace of excitement. Lin Xian's face fell, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It seemed that Wine Lord wouldn't make a move. Then he looked up at the sky. Boundless darkness spread, and the devouring sword operated crazily, as if it was going to devour the true dragon sword's soul. The true dragon sword's soul roared ferociously, and it turned into a shocking sword chi that slashed in all directions. The two forces collided, and a destructive aura was produced. It spread rapidly, and then surged upward. The surrounding restrictions were broken, and the mysterious palace was penetrated. A sword chi and a boundless black hole quickly rushed into the sky. In the outside world, around the White Bone Mountain, 8 indigenous martial artists were using all their spiritual power to form a formation to suppress the area below. The huge starlight formation shone, emitting a terrifying aura, and a dazzling light fell down. The ground cracked, and cracks thousands of meters long spread out in all directions. At this moment, half of the peerless beast that was suppressed had already broken out of the ground. A beast claw, like a huge mountain, crushed an area. It was covered in scales, and it shone brightly as it resisted the starlight formation. Every strike caused countless cracks to appear in the void, and it was terrifying. Chapter 537. Hold on. The elder shouted. This beast has been suppressed for thousands of years and has lost a lot of its power. As long as we persevere, we will be able to suppress it. Everyone nodded and regained their confidence. They quickly used their spiritual power. At this moment, the lost shrine behind them suddenly shook, and the entire White Bone Mountain shook. What happened? The 8 ancient martial artists were terrified. Especially that elder at the Exalt realm. He had an astounded expression as if he'd seen a ghost. He knew about the mysteries of the lost shrine. It was impossible for something like this to happen. Could it be the influence of that thief from the outside world? The young man in the beast robe asked. However, before they could finish guessing, the top of the lost shrine exploded, and 2 terrifying forces shot up into the sky. One was like a real dragon, which was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to tear the heavens and earth apart. On the other side was boundless darkness. It was rapidly devouring, able to devour the entire sky. The 2 forces were so powerful that they instantly crushed the 8 ancient martial artists. They were lying on the ground, unable to move. At this moment, everyone in the lost place looked up at the sky in shock. They were shocked and crazy, and all of them wanted to rush over. However, the next moment, the mighty force in the sky pressed everyone down, making them unable to move. Near the White Bone Mountain, the 8 ancient martial artists were suppressed, and the starlight formation instantly dimmed. The ferocious beast below seemed to have sensed something, and it suddenly attacked. Its huge claws and long tail attacked quickly. The starlight formation was shattered like a broken mirror, and it fell to the ground. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. A huge creature rushed out from the ground, and its roar shook the surroundings. The black figure shuttled back and forth, and as soon as it appeared, it crushed the surrounding mountains and trees. "Haha, I am finally out." An extremely arrogant voice resounded in the sky. The 8 ancient martial artists were shocked. They raised their heads with difficulty and looked at the huge black figure. They were so shocked that they could not speak. This ferocious beast could speak human language? Moreover, this ferocious beast looked like a dragon. The 8 ancient martial artists of the lost place were stunned. The ferocious beast that they were suppressing was a dragon. Dragons were extremely special creatures, and many ancient martial artists worshipped them as totems. Furthermore, dragons were extremely powerful creatures and were known as divine beasts. They were not something that ordinary beasts could compare to. As for the 8 natives, they were only following the last words passed down in their clan. They were to guard the ferocious beast below the White Bone Mountain. However, they never thought that the ferocious beast would be a dragon. Moreover, it was an incomparably powerful dragon. This dragon's entire body was red, and its body was 1,000 feet long. As it coiled in the air, it cast a huge shadow. At this time, the dragon did not pay attention to the 8 indigenous warriors, but looked at the lost temple on the White Bone Mountain. The great dragon sword's soul has awakened. Could it be that those people have returned? That's not right. It's not them. There's actually someone who can contend against the great dragon sword soul. The dark red dragon looked up at the sky, revealing a look of surprise. I don't care anymore. Now that I've escaped, I must take down the great dragon sword soul. At that time, I'll be free to roam the heavens and the earth. Let's see who dares to stop me. After saying that, the huge dragon claw reached out and grabbed at the temple. There's actually someone. The dark red dragon was surprised. With a wave of its claw, it grabbed out two figures from the lost temple. Within the lost temple, Lin Xian's face was pale. He constantly swallowed pills to quickly recover his consumed soul force. Behind him, the black-robed man's face was fierce. He revolved all the strength in his body to resist the berserk aura around him. However, this strength was too great. It was not something he could withstand. He felt his body deform bit by bit, and it wouldn't be long before his body completely split apart and turned into a bloody mist. No, I won't die. The black-robed man roared. As the leader of the Black Dragon cult, his strength was extraordinary. He had never encountered such a predicament before. The black-robed man raised his head with difficulty and looked at Lin Xian's back, revealing a thick killing intent. He could not understand why Lin Xian was fine. It had to be known that even he could not withstand this pressure, but this little spirit-detecting thief was actually safe and sound. This was too strange. His anger and unwillingness were followed by a thick sense of despair. Just as he felt that he was about to die, an inexplicable strength suddenly supported his body and pulled him out of the lost temple. At the same time, Lin Xian was also left. In an instant, Lin Xian and the black-robed man left the lost temple and arrived at the foot of the White Bone Mountain. What happened? The black-robed man was shocked. He did not expect that he could survive such a situation. Then, he let out a sigh of relief and looked around. But in the next moment, his heart beat wildly and he was stunned on the spot. In front of him was a huge creature circling, filling the entire sky. A huge shadow shrouded him. Dragon! The black-robed man's pupils shrank. Lin Xian was also shocked. This was that peerless beast. It was actually a dragon. He was extremely shocked. He had always thought that dragons were only creatures of legends. He did not expect to see one here. In front of this beast, he felt like he could not breathe. It's actually two insects. You made this emperor happy for nothing. The huge dragon head spoke in human language with a disdainful expression. Lin Xian was stunned. This dragon could speak? The black-robed man's body trembled. He asked in a trembling voice, "Senior, which race are you from?" Although he was the leader of the Black Dragon sect and had extraordinary strength, in front of this dragon, he was as weak as a baby. He did not dare to be disrespectful at all. "Which race?" The dragon snorted. "Why, do you want to claim kinship with this emperor?" "I wouldn't dare. It's just that I'm from the Black Dragon race. Now that I've met Senior, I'm really surprised." The black-robed man bowed and said, "Black Dragon race?" The dragon was disdainful. Then, it shouted coldly, "You're just a little flood dragon. How dare you call yourself a dragon? This emperor thinks that you're tired of living." This voice was like thunder, exploding in the surroundings. The black-robed man retreated continuously and finally sat on the ground. He was extremely shocked and furious. His black dragon race was a natural variant. They were high and mighty existences. When had he ever been ridiculed like this? If it was in the past, he would have killed the other party with a palm strike. But now, facing this huge dragon, although he was unwilling, he was helpless. He could only grit his teeth. At the same time, what shocked him even more was the dragon's strength. As the leader of the Black Dragon sect, his strength had long since surpassed the Venerable Realm and reached the Half-Step King Realm. It was difficult for him to find a match in the Southern Heaven region. However, the dragon's voice was able to injure him. This strength was too terrifying. Perhaps even King Realm experts could not do this. He did not dare to imagine what realm this dragon had reached. However, he knew that he had no room to resist in front of this dragon. The dragon could probably kill him with a raise of its hand. Lin Xian stood at the side. He was also shocked. He did not expect that the dragon sword soul would cause so many things to happen. First, the mysterious leader of the Black Dragon sect fought with him. Now, an even more powerful dragon had appeared. A single roar could injure the leader of the Black Dragon sect. Chapter 5:38. The dark red dragon glanced at Lin Xian and then ignored him. It no longer paid any attention to him and looked up at the sky. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was only at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and he was the weakest among them. In the eyes of the dragon, Lin Xian was probably no different from an ant. Wait until I obtain the dragon sword soul, then I'll roast all of you. The dark red dragon roared and clawed at the dragon sword soul in the sky. The huge dragon claw covered the sky and instantly tore the void apart. A vast pressure covered the entire sky. In an instant, the huge dragon claw arrived before the dragon sword soul and clawed down. The dragon sword soul roared and then transformed into a true dragon that roared at the sky. Damn it! If you were a true dragon, then I wouldn't dare to attack you. But you're just a sword soul now, and you dare to attack me? Be obedient and fuse with me. The dark red dragon sneered and then soared into the sky, its huge body stirring up the wind and clouds. As the dark red dragon joined the battle, the huge black vortex in the sky quickly shrunk and transformed into a pitch-black sword that stood in the sky. In the next moment, it also disappeared. Below, Lin Xian's body shook. He knew that the Devour Sword soul had returned to his body. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings, especially the Black Dragon cult's sect master. If the Black Dragon cult suddenly attacked, he would have to flee immediately. Looking at the intense energy fluctuations in the sky, the black-robed young man's face was gloomy. Then he stared at Lin Xian with boundless killing intent in his eyes. It's all because of this damnable brat who obstructed my plan. Otherwise, I would have obtained the dragon sword so long ago and wouldn't have so many problems. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. A ball of black dragon flames appeared on his palm, and he quickly swung it out. This place was different from the Lost Shrine. There were no invisible restrictions here. With his half-step king realm cultivation, he could kill Lin Xian with a raise of his hand. Lin Xian was shocked, and all the hair on his body stood on end. He used the Devour Sword with all his strength and prepared to flee. However, a ray of light was even faster than him. It flew from the sky and collided with the ball of black flames, causing it to dissipate. Then the black-robed man continuously retreated. His body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a cold voice sounded out in the sky, "Only I can touch my food. Anyone else who dares to touch it will die. So, you'd better wait obediently for me to barbecue you." The black-robed man's attack was interrupted by the giant dragon's move, and his expression immediately became extremely ugly. To think that he, the dignified leader of the Black Dragon cult, did not even have the chance to fight back in front of this giant dragon. It was truly humiliating. Seeing that his attack had failed, he didn't dare to act rashly again. He just stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression. His devouring sword soul assessed. If he had the chance, he would do it without hesitation. Suppressing the rage in his heart, Lin Xian calmed down. The most important thing now was to obtain the dragon sword soul. "Little Xianzi, don't worry. This dragon sword soul needs power to suppress it after it awakens. Once that stupid dragon suppresses it, I have a way to let you obtain the dragon sword soul," Lord Alcohol said via voice transmission. With Wine Lord's assurance, Lin Xian was finally at ease. He started to consume various spirit wines to adjust his condition to its peak. In the sky, the dark red dragon and the terrifying dragon sword soul collided. Every strike was capable of tearing through space. The sky was filled with cracks. Chapter 5:39. How dare this brat try to kill me? How despicable! Then he looked at the red dragon worriedly, afraid that it would attack. The young man in the beast robe was even more terrified. He quickly curled up and shivered. He had tried to kill Lin Xian before and was now afraid of revenge. The red dragon laughed. "Little worm, I know you two have a grudge, but it's impossible for you to use me to kill him. I won't be used by others. Lin Xian sighed. The other party was not so easy to fool. Little worm, do you have any other requests? Ask for something else, the red dragon said. Hearing this, the black-robed man breathed a sigh of relief. Then he glared at Lin Xian with endless murderous intent in his eyes. Forget it, let them disappear. I don't think you want so many people to know the secret of the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian said slowly. That's right. Let them disappear then. The red dragon turned its head and revealed a sinister smile. The black-robed man's heart raced. He sensed the dragon's gaze and instantly turned into a black flame and fled into the distance. However, the next moment, the red dragon snorted coldly. 2 rays of divine light shot out from its eyes and shot the black-robed man down. Roar! The black-robed man's body trembled and flew backward. He did not want to fall behind. Black flames rose from his body. His black robe was destroyed and his body grew rapidly. In an instant, he turned into a black dragon that was 100 feet long. He roared at the sky, looking ferocious and terrifying. Boom! The black flames around him surged into the sky. The black dragon circled in the air, emitting a powerful aura. Stop roaring. You're too weak. The red dragon said disdainfully. Seeing that you still have a trace of the dragon's bloodline, I won't kill you today. Get out of my sight. Then, the giant red dragon claw grabbed the black dragon in its hand. The black dragon struggled with all its might, but it was useless. The dark red dragon's eyes shone brightly. It pierced through the void and tore a terrifying black crack in the sky. Then, the dark red dragon threw the black dragon into the crack. In the next moment, the spatial rift healed, and the sky became clear again. All right, I've sent one away. The colossal dragon turned its head and stared at the 8 indigenous beings on the ground. Suddenly, the 8 martial artists trembled like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to kill anyone. Scram. Then he snorted coldly. 2 streams of dragon's breath were like heavenly pillars, blasting in all directions. In an instant, the 8 martial artists were blown away and disappeared into the horizon. Finally, the giant head stared at Lin Xian. Little reptile, I've already done what you said. Now, hurry up and tell me the secret of the great dragon sword spirit. The dark red dragon god's voice was cold. Don't try any tricks. Otherwise, I have hundreds of ways to make you regret being born into this world. Honorable Sir Dragon God, don't worry, I will never lie to you. Lin Xian smiled. I don't think you would dare to. The dark red dragon snorted and extended its dragon claw. Come on up. Lin Xian jumped up, raised his dragon claw, and moved to the dark red dragon's head. Okay, now tell me. Lin Xian smiled. Come closer. You have to be careful. The giant dragon did not believe that Lin Xian would trick him. He lowered his head and slowly moved closer. In the next moment, a black long sword appeared in front of Lin Xian. A vigorous and powerful hand reached out and pressed between the dark red dragon's eyebrows. Buzz. The air vibrated, and a devouring force that shook heaven and earth appeared. Damn reptile, what have you done? The dark red dragon roared. He extended his dragon claw, wanting to crush Lin Xian. However, the devouring sword was too terrifying. It frantically absorbed the energy in the dark red dragon's body. The sharp shroud was only halfway up when it slowly fell down. Kid, how dare you devour my power? You're overestimating yourself. Be careful not to explode. At first, the dark red dragon was still roaring, but it was not long before he screamed. That was because the devouring force was getting stronger and stronger. It was like a bottomless pit, madly devouring. No, my power! The dark red dragon screamed. Damn it, stop. Let's talk. I'll agree to whatever conditions you have. However, Lin Xian did not respond. He only floated silently and looked at everything coldly. In front of him, the vigorous and powerful hand in the devouring sword was unusually steady. It did not change because of the dark red dragon's words. The dark red dragon roared, and instantly the mountains within 10,000 miles were shattered. Damn reptile, die together with me if you dare. I won't let you have your way. The dark red dragon was furious. However, in the next moment, he began to tremble. No, my dragon essence. You can actually devour my dragon essence. The dark red dragon was afraid. Dragon essence was the foundation of his body. It was his purest energy. It was equivalent to a martial artist's blood essence. If it was gone, his vitality would be greatly damaged. I was wrong. You're the boss. Let me go. The dark red dragon began to beg for mercy. I don't want the dragon sword soul anymore. I'll give it to you. However, the devouring force was still going on. This sword, could it be? The dark red dragon was shocked. He seemed to have thought of a legend. Damn it, I was wrong this time. The dark red dragon cursed. Then he slowly closed his eyes and fainted. His body also gradually shrank from 10,000 feet to 100 feet, and finally to a meter long. With a plop, the dark red dragon, oh no, the small snake, fell to the ground. The devouring sword slowly floated. The vigorous hand quickly retracted, and then a hearty voice sounded. This stupid dragon's dragon essence is not bad. It actually helped me recover some of my strength. Wine Lord's voice sounded. Little Xian, get ready. Now, start fusing with the dragon sword soul. Hearing this, Lin Xian's body shook. He adjusted himself to peak condition and then nodded seriously. In the next moment, the devouring sword surged and formed black vortexes around them. They quickly formed a mysterious and strange formation. The array formation was complex and profound, making one feel dizzy just by looking at it. Lin Xian stood in the middle of it. He took the white dragon soaring pill and put on the 5 colors battle robe. Then, he activated the dragon sword will and communicated with the dragon sword soul. Buzz. The dragon sword soul was guided and landed on Lin Xian's body. It quickly entered his body. Lin Xian's body shook and a trace of pain appeared on his face. Around him, countless vortexes spun and absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. They formed a strange formation on Lin Xian's body. Little Xian, this is all I can do for you. As for whether you can fuse with the dragon sword soul, it will depend on your luck. Wine Lord's voice was serious. Then, the devouring sword rushed to the sky and emitted a terrifying aura. Once again, the entire Lost Land was intimidated. In the Lost Land, the trial warriors were once again pressed to the ground and could not move. Many of them were stunned and their bodies trembled. This time, the aura was even more terrifying than before. Oh my God, what happened? Why is there such a terrifying aura? Mother, I will never come to the Lost Land again. Many warriors screamed, but even more warriors looked at the distant sky in horror. Chapter 540. The area around the White Bone Mountain was completely enveloped by a huge black hole. It was dark and eerie. Gradually, the terrifying pressure in the Lost Land dissipated. Everyone started to move around again and heaved a sigh of relief. However, the area around the White Bone Mountain had become a forbidden area. There was once a bold warrior who wanted to check it out, but he was instantly sucked into the black hole. No one knew if he was dead or alive. From then on, no warrior dared to go near the White Bone Mountain. Even the powerful beasts in the forest did not dare to wander around. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Other than the White Bone Mountain that was still enveloped by the black hole, everyone else started to search for all kinds of treasures. Gradually, 2 months passed. The people from the 3 six-star sects were puzzled. In the past, they would always see traces of Soul's Word beasts in the Lost Land. They would even bring back 1 or 2 of them every time. However, this time, other than a few appearances in the beginning, the Soul's Word beasts did not appear at all in the next few months. It was as if they had disappeared. Yu Qingqing, Yi Linyun, and the others were puzzled. They looked at the huge black hole in the distance and wondered if it had anything to do with the strange change. However, they had already decided to report to their sects immediately once they went out. Such a big change in the Lost Land this time would probably have a big impact. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Near the White Bone Mountain, in the huge black hole, Lin Xian's body was wrapped in a ball of light. At this moment, He had already merged with the great dragon sword soul and reached the final stage. At first, he was almost blown up by the powerful force of the great dragon sword soul. He felt as if his entire body was about to split open. The pain came not only from his body but also from his soul. Ordinary people could not bear it at all. Perhaps even supremacies could not bear such pain. Once the soul could not bear it and fainted, the fusion would fail. However, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and persevered. For 3 whole months, his soul seemed to have gone through hell and suffered all kinds of pain. Finally, he had reached the final stage of the fusion with the great dragon sword soul. Another half a month passed. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Stars flickered in his eyes and they were incomparably deep. At this moment he was like a peerless divine sword. His spirit was extremely sharp. In the next moment, a surge of sword intent burst out from his body, forming a huge sword chi that was like a heavenly pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a huge vortex of spiritual energy appeared in the sky. Like a funnel, the surrounding spiritual energy madly gathered and entered Lin Xian's body. The boundless black hole also gradually shrank and quickly disappeared. In the next moment, the entire lost land could feel the sharp sword essence. Many martial artists trembled as they looked at the sky in horror. They felt as if there was a peerless divine sword hanging in the sky, as if it would fall at any moment. Especially the disciples of the divine sword sect, they were even more shocked. This kind of sword intent made their souls tremble. How terrifying! Why do I feel like I'm facing an elder of the sect? What a joke! Even the elders don't have such a terrifying sword intent. I'm afraid that only Zhuang Zhu can give us this kind of aura. Heavens, could it be that the sect leader has descended? How is that possible? There are restrictions in the Lost Lands. The clan leader can't enter at all. It is very likely that he is an indigenous expert. This is too shocking. Let's hurry up and leave. Yi Linyun frowned. He felt the sword essence and his heart beat wildly. What a powerful sword essence. Who could it be? He felt powerless to resist. Soon, they felt the changes in the White Bone Mountain. Look, the sword essence is coming from the White Bone Mountain. What a powerful vortex of spiritual energy. Could it be that someone is breaking through? That huge black hole disappeared. Should we go and take a look? In an instant, all the martial artists couldn't stay calm and decided to go and take a look. After all, the scene was too terrifying, especially the shocking sword essence. Moreover, the terrifying black hole had disappeared. There shouldn't be any danger. That was why everyone dared to go. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy into his body, Lin Xian activated the art of longevity and converted it into his own spiritual energy. Then, an even more powerful aura burst out from his body. Whoosh whoosh. Middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Success. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This time, not only did he integrate the great dragon sword soul, but his cultivation had also increased. This risk was worth it. In the sky, the sword of devouring slowly descended. Wine Lord's voice came from it. With the great dragon sword soul, you also have the qualifications to walk to the peak of martial arts. But remember, you can't be careless on the path of martial arts. I know. Lin Xian nodded and smiled. Now that you have the great dragon sword soul, I'm afraid it will be difficult to accommodate the sword of devouring. However, the great dragon sword soul is an offensive saint art. As long as you can master it, you will definitely be able to conquer the world. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. The great dragon sword soul was now his greatest trump card and also his greatest barrier. With the great dragon sword soul, his attack power and strength had increased greatly. It was a world of difference from before. Wine Lord, can't the 5 swords of the world coexist? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Each of the 5 swords of the world is the ultimate embodiment of the great Tao. It is very difficult to integrate them. A long time ago, there was a madman who tried to integrate the 5 swords of the world. Did he succeed? Lin Xian asked. Wine Lord sighed. You will know these things in the future. After saying that, the sword of devouring emitted ripples and then disappeared in the air. This emperor is dying from the pain. While Lin Xian and Wine Lord were talking, a scream suddenly came from below. Damn it, how dare you suck my dragon essence? I will beat you to death. The dark red divine dragon cursed and roared angrily. Soon he discovered Lin Xian. It's you, you little worm. How dare you sneak attack me? I will eat you alive. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, quickly pouncing over. Bam! Lin Xian slapped him and sent him flying. What's going on? An ant can send me flying? This is impossible. The dark red divine dragon was stunned. Who was he? Chapter 541. The Crimson Dragon was enraged. As a member of the Divine Dragon clan, he was the leader of the spiritual beasts in the world. But now, he was being mocked by a little monkey. This was intolerable. Then, he rushed out again and pounced at the little monkey. The Crimson Dragon was enraged. He pounced at the little monkey. The little white monkey had a mocking look on its face. Then, with a swoosh, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already beside the Crimson Dragon. Its furry little paw quickly landed on the dragon's head. Bang! The Crimson Dragon felt dizzy. Countless little stars appeared in his eyes. Finally, he fell to the ground. My dragon mother, why did I faint? The Crimson Dragon got up from the ground with a suspicious look. Impossible! How could a little monkey knock this emperor out? Goddamn brat, what did you do to me? Lin Xian sneered. His figure flashed and appeared beside the Crimson Dragon. I've eaten many demonic beasts, but I've never eaten dragon meat. I wonder how it tastes? Lin Xian smiled. What? You little worm dare to eat me? The Crimson Dragon roared. However, Lin Xian ignored it completely. He grabbed the Crimson Dragon and pulled it casually. The elasticity is not bad. Your meat must be very fragrant. Damn it. It's going to break. Let go. The Crimson Dragon cursed. Then Lin Xian turned his palm. A ball of flame formed by spirit energy appeared and quickly enveloped the Crimson Dragon. Hut, hut, hut. The Crimson Dragon kept rolling, but those that touched the flaming scales were fine. They could not cause any damage to him. What a strong defense. Lin Xian was surprised. Then he flicked his finger. Golden lightning surged and quickly formed a lightning blade. He slashed at the Crimson Dragon. For a moment, the sea of lightning around the Crimson Dragon surged, forming a terrifying energy. The Crimson Dragon screamed. He quickly circled around, trying to escape from the sea of lightning. Now that he had lost his dragon essence and his cultivation, he was only at the harmonious spirit realm. He could not break through the sea of lightning. However, although he was crazily shouting, there was not a single wound on his body. The red scales were shining brightly, and not even a trace of lightning was left behind. All right, stop pretending. You didn't even leave a single scar, so what are you screaming for? Lin Xian curled his lips. Fuck, what do you know? Not getting hurt doesn't mean it won't hurt. Why don't I try electrocuting you? It's good that you know the pain. Who told you to want to eat me? Lin Xian pulled out the Wind Shadow Sword, and the great dragon sword intent gushed out. Fuck kid, you're serious? Sensing the sword intent, the red divine dragon could not remain calm. With a flash of sword light, the Wind Shadow Sword instantly chopped down on the dark red dragon's body, emitting a sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in the air as the dark red dragon screamed and was sent flying. Lin Xian reached out his hand and pulled it back. Then, he clicked his tongue in wonder. The large success sword intent actually didn't leave a single mark on it. This red divine dragon was indeed incomparably tough. Goddamn kid, this emperor is in so much pain. The red divine dragon was about to cry. He didn't have any strength now, and was purely relying on the tyrannical defense of his body. However, he couldn't avoid the pain at all. Especially Lin Xian's sword intent, it was so painful that he was about to cry. All right, little Xuanzi, don't try anymore. That stupid dragon's cultivation is too high. You can't break through his defense. Why don't you try the great dragon sword soul? Lin Xian touched it. Forget it. Wine Lord snorted. Although you've fused with the great dragon sword soul, with your current strength, you can't even use 10% of its power. Although he was a member of the divine dragon race, he wasn't immortal. Only God knew if he could hold on for a few more thousand years. Without dragon essence and energy, with his identity as an Eastern divine dragon, he would definitely be captured and refined into medicine. That was why he was so anxious and sad about the dragon essence. Of course it's true. Do you think I'd lie to you? Wine Lord snorted. Hee hee, that's good, that's good. The red divine dragon breathed a sigh of relief. With the other party's means, he was definitely a powerful figure. This kind of person always kept his word and definitely wouldn't lie to him. However, as a divine dragon, he was very dissatisfied that he had to follow a little worm and help him. But in the current situation, he had no choice but to agree. All right, little Xian, this stupid dragon shouldn't be a problem. I think you should be able to control it. Chapter 542. With that, the black hole disappeared. Inside the mysterious tiny sword, Lord Alcohol controlled the sword of devouring and quickly ran deep before disappearing. Wine Lord, Lin Xian's soul was in the mysterious sword. He stood there like a statue as he watched the figure disappear. He wanted to chase after it, but he found that he could only walk within 100 feet. He couldn't go anywhere else. I will improve my strength quickly. I will also understand the secrets of this mysterious sword as soon as possible. Lin Xian clenched his fist and said. Wine Lord left with the devouring sword. Lin Xian had to walk the rest of the path alone. However, he had been learning alchemy and array martial arts from Wine Lord all these years. He was now able to stand on his own. Now that he had obtained the great dragon sword soul, his strength and foundation had increased by a lot. Therefore, Lin Xian was confident that he could walk the rest of the path well. Then, his soul left the mysterious sword and returned to his body. Kid, I'm warning you. I'm only following you because I want to get back my dragon essence. Don't push your luck. Don't expect me to do anything. Do you understand? You look like a snake. Do you have the ability to do anything? Li Xian sneered. I think I'll make you into a leather belt. Fuck. The dark red dragon was furious. It was so angry that it stomped its feet. However, there was nothing it could do. It could only curse in its heart. Suddenly, Lin Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. He frowned slightly. With his sharp soul power, he could naturally sense that many martial artists were rushing over. Among them, there were a few powerful auras. Lin Xian sighed. His body swayed, and he left with the snow-white fox and the dark red dragon. Although his strength had increased greatly, he didn't want others to know that he had the great dragon sword soul. This thing was too shocking. Not to mention a venerable, even a king would go crazy if they knew. However, there were too many martial artists nearby. It didn't take long for him to be recognized. Kid, it's you. The demon siblings sneered. They descended from the sky and blocked Lin Xian's path. I let you go last time. Let's see how you escape this time. It's actually a two-headed monster. The dark red divine dragon was astonished. Judging from its aura, could it be the descendant of that stupid three-headed bird? A snake dares to insult the holy bird of my holy bird palace. You're courting death. The monster brothers snorted coldly. Its scales aren't bad. Plucking them off to make a belt would be pretty good. The little monster sister also laughed. Motherfucker, you're the snake, your whole family are snakes. The dark red dragon was enraged. Are your dog eyes blind? This emperor is so handsome, how can I be a snake? He roared angrily. Of course, he did not dare to say that he was a divine dragon. Otherwise, he would be done for if he was captured and refined into medicine. Hee hee, no matter what you are, your skin is not bad. I want you to be my belt. The monster sister clapped her hands and laughed. Little girl, I'm angry. The dark red dragon was going crazy. Brat, get rid of them for me. Little snake, be quiet. Otherwise, I'll really make you into a belt. Lin Xian frowned. This dark red dragon was too noisy. How was he laughing at a divine dragon? He was simply a hooligan. A bunch of bastards. When this emperor recovers his dragon essence, he'll roast all of you and eat you. The dark red dragon said hatefully in his heart. At this time, Jiao Moyan, Yu Qingsheng, and the others also arrived. When they saw Lin Xian, they were also slightly cold. Since Lin Xian defeated them last time, he had not appeared for several months. They did not expect him to appear here today. Especially Jiao Moyan and the other disciples of the Holy Bird Palace, they were especially jealous. Senior brother, you must catch this little thief and cut him into pieces. The disciples of Holy Bird Palace gritted their teeth and said, Don't worry, it's just a little thief. I can kill him in one move. The monster brother and sister were very arrogant. If it wasn't for the appearance of the indigenous warriors from the Lost Lands, he would have killed Lin Xian with one move and things wouldn't have turned out this way. Little thief, I'll give you a chance to live. You were sneaking around here just now. Did you find something? The monster brother and sister asked. Tell me, did you find any treasure here? If you hand it over, we can consider leaving you an intact corpse. The monster sister also laughed. Hearing this, everyone's heart was burning. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't you think it's too noisy to have two heads each? Anyway, I'm annoyed to death. How about this, I'll kill one of you. This way you'll be quieter. You guys discuss, which one do you want me to kill? Lin Xian's body was suffused with a sword intent. Wawa little thief, you're courting death. You dare to sow discord between us siblings? You're dead for sure. A giant death scythe appeared in the monster brother's hand. I've decided. I'll definitely take your head and make it into the most beautiful specimen. The monster sister also took out a giant fan and formed a wind force that surrounded them. Then the air condensed and became more and more heavy. Many warriors retreated in fear because their breathing and blood were about to freeze. The monster brother and sister were too powerful. They belonged to the top of the younger generation and were not someone they could contend against. This brat is dead for sure. The monster brother and sister are existences at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. They can instantly kill late-stage spirit-detecting realm warriors. That brat can't fight back at all. There's no other way. Who told him to be so arrogant? He killed many disciples of the three divine bird palace before and now he's even talking nonsense. With the monster brother and sister's personality, they definitely won't let him go. Everyone shook their heads. They all felt that Lin Xian was dead for sure. Jiao Moyan looked at Lin Xian and sneered. With the monster brother's help, he was very relieved. Not to mention Lin Xian, even all the youths in the Lost Lands would not be able to defend against the monster brother and sister. Yi Linyun's expression was serious. He felt that the sword intent in Lin Xian's body seemed to have become stronger, which shocked him. Yu Qingsheng frowned. Her thoughts were more meticulous than the other warriors. She found that Lin Xian's aura had surpassed the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm and had reached the mid-stage. After this matter was confirmed, her heart was in great turmoil and she was incomparably shocked. In just a few months, Lin Xian's cultivation had broken through again. It had to be known that after entering the spirit-detecting realm, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. Normal warriors would not be able to break through without dozens of years. Even for geniuses like them, without heavenly treasures or opportunities, it would be impossible for them to break through without 3 to 5 years. However, Lin Xian had broken through a small realm in just a few months. This speed was too shocking. Beside her, Zhao Ziki stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Her hands were tightly clenched and she was very nervous. Lin Xian, nothing must happen to you. She prayed in her heart. Ha brat die. Chapter 543. Then, it quickly fell and slashed at Lin Xian. Lightning danced wildly, and a hurricane galloped. In an instant, the entire space was shrouded in violent energy. Towering trees were uprooted and turned into powder under the violent energy. The earth cracked as countless cracks were created by this aura. The surrounding mountains exploded with a loud bang, as if they couldn't withstand this power. If it was before, Lin Xian would not be able to resist at all. He could only use his body movement to dodge. Now that he had merged with the Dragon Sword Soul, his strength and attack power had greatly increased. he could completely deal with this kind of attack. Without pulling out the wind shadow sword, Lin Xian grasped the void with one hand. The golden lightning in his body roared and instantly condensed into a golden long sword. Lin Xian grasped the void and condensed a golden divine sword. The long sword was made of golden lightning. The lightning jumped and emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. With a wave of his arm, the golden lightning sword cut through the void and slashed forward. Air billows rolled on both sides, and countless cracks appeared. The golden long sword instantly collided with the death scythe. When the two collided, the void kept exploding, and fine black cracks appeared. It was a shocking sight. The golden lightning long sword was condensed by Lin Xian using the dragon sword soul as the foundation. Its attack power could be said to be extremely powerful. In an instant, the huge death scythe in the sky was cut in half. What? This is impossible. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were terrified and could not believe it. Their senior brother was extremely powerful. Almost no one in the Lost Place could defeat him. Even a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm would not dare to take the blow. However, Lin Xian only used one move to break the terrifying attack. How is this possible? The surrounding martial artists panicked. They were all horrified. The demon siblings' pupils shrank, and their hearts beat wildly. How could this be? When did this little thief become so powerful? The demon brother's face was gloomy. Is the strange phenomenon of the White Bone Mountain related to this little thief? Otherwise, how could he become so powerful in just a few months? The demon sister was also puzzled. No, we must catch him. Don't hold back anymore, the demon brother said in a deep voice. Then, he held the giant Grim Reaper scythe in his hand, and half of his body released boundless purple lightning. It was like a purple sea, and vast energy spread out in all directions. On the monster sister's side, a clear stream of air revolved, and the power of wind filled her body. Rumble! The huge purple lightning above the heavenly palace bared its fangs and brandished its claws like dragons. Wherever the lightning passed, the air was filled with a burnt smell. Looking at the huge lightning bolt, everyone was terrified. They all watched nervously. The aura of this lightning was too terrifying. Very few spirit-detecting realm martial artists would be able to withstand it. The demon siblings' figures flickered and disappeared in an instant. Where is he? The surrounding warriors quickly probed, but they couldn't sense anything at all. It was as if the Fey siblings had truly vanished. Oh my God, it really disappeared. No, this is the concept of wind. Moreover, it has reached a very high level and is already capable of merging into the wind to eliminate all traces. It can be said to come and go without a trace. Come and go without a trace? How are we supposed to fight when we can't even sense the opponent's presence? Everyone was shocked. Just think about it, an opponent with powerful attack power who could appear anywhere at any time was absolutely terrifying. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Suddenly, his body flickered, and he quickly moved out horizontally. A dazzling lightning bolt suddenly appeared where he had just been standing, exploding the space there. Countless cracks appeared, and a pungent burnt smell spread out from there. The demon siblings' figures flashed and then quickly disappeared. Since their attack had failed, they hit again. Another lightning bolt flashed across the void, attacking Lin Xian. At the same time, countless wind blades flew out from all directions, shining with cold light. Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps. Like a phantom, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared in another place. Everyone held their breaths, and cold sweat kept dripping down. This kind of attack was too strange and exciting. If it were them, they would have been killed instantly. Even Jiaomoyan and the others' eyelids were twitching as they watched nervously. Suddenly, a dazzling light beam shot out from the void, slashing toward Lin Xian's back. At the same time, the air around Lin Xian quickly moved, and blue chains formed and quickly tied him up. What? He's tied up? This kid is dead. How can he dodge this time? The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace laughed wildly. Some shook their heads, some were happy, but everyone knew that Lin Xian was dead this time. Little thief, die. The huge death scythe turned into a ray of light and slashed down quickly. The momentum seemed to be able to split mountains and rivers, cutting through everything. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. In fact, the corner of his mouth even curled up into a sneer. Countless sharp sword rays surged out of his body, instantly shattering the green chains. Then, he twisted his body and quickly dodged the huge scythe. He quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword. On the blade, the sword chi spun quickly, intertwining to form a bright moon. The blade slashed down, and the bright moon formed by the sword chi spun quickly, bombarding the demon siblings. The air seemed to be cut open, making a cracking sound. Then, the bright moon of sword chi hit the arm holding the scythe, and suddenly deformed it. The demon siblings screamed and flew backward. The purple death scythe floated in the air, and the arm was already deformed, apparently broken. Countless tiny sword chi shuttled back and forth on it, constantly destroying it. It was impossible for the demon siblings to repair it in a short time. Not only that, the sword chi was so fierce that it tortured the two of them until they screamed. Both of their heads had hideous expressions. "Ah, you despicable thief, I'll definitely slaughter you." The two of them were angry, and blood-red lines appeared on their bodies like a huge water ball, wrapping them up. The power of the bloodline. Senior brother was forced to use the power of the bloodline. Jiao Moyan was shocked. He originally expected that his senior brother would be able to kill Lin Xian in one move. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to become so powerful in such a short time. Now, even his senior brother was forced to use the power of the bloodline. But in the next moment his face turned hideous. He was full of confidence in his senior brother, because his senior brother's bloodline was far stronger than his. The demon siblings had once used the power of the bloodline to fight against an ultimate practitioner of the spirit realm, and killing a practitioner of the same level was a piece of cake. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was definitely not a match for the demon siblings after using the power of the bloodline. The demon siblings were wrapped in blood-red currents, and their bodies underwent great changes. Ice-cold scales appeared on his body and covered his entire body. His two arms continued to grow thicker and larger, forming two beast claws. Feathers covered their backs, forming a pair of huge wings. Their heads also became hideous and twisted, like the heads of demon beasts. After using the power of the bloodline, the demon siblings did not look like humans at all, but half-demon beasts. Chapter 544. The two forces intertwined, making the monster siblings extremely powerful. "Kid, you should be proud to die because of bloodline power." A cold voice came out. This voice was rougher than before, with a strong murderous aura, shattering the void. "This is your bloodline power?" Lin Xian sneered. "Turning yourself into something neither human nor ghost, your divine bird palace is really disgusting. You're courting death." The monster siblings were furious. The huge wind thorn rotated, and the terrifying airflow sank the ground. They turned into a stream of light and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. The huge beast claw attacked, grabbing at Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart like a piece of cloth. At the same time, the two heads spewed out a purple lightning, and the other side was a small hurricane. Lin Xian ignored the huge beast claw, but he frowned at the lightning hurricane. Although his words were sharp, it didn't mean that he didn't take the monster siblings seriously. On the contrary, he didn't underestimate them. However, the two lightning hurricanes made him feel a little scared. This force was enough to threaten him. His body swayed, leaving hundreds of shadows in the void, like a string of bubbles, filling the whole place. Wherever the lightning and hurricane passed, one shadow after another was destroyed. However, none of them were Lin Xian's real body. At this moment, Lin Xian jumped high, holding the wind shadow sword with one hand, and slashed down. The sword light was dazzling, accompanied by a terrifying sword intent. The sword light was like a divine light, crashing down. Thunder and lightning intertwined, accompanied by a strong wind. The power of wind and thunder merged perfectly, forming a sword chi of wind and thunder, stirring up the surroundings. In the face of bloodline power, Lin Xian chose to fight head-on. He wanted to test his attack power after merging with the Great Dragon Sword Soul to see how powerful it was. Humph. You're just an ant without bloodline power, you're courting death. The monster siblings were disdainful. Their bodies swayed and they rushed up again. A huge lightning and hurricane rushed out quickly, bombarding the front. Boom boom boom. The air exploded, thunder intertwined, and the whole void was boiling. The two individuals' attacks collided, erupting with dazzling light. Terrifying power erupted as they rushed over. The demon siblings seemed to tremble as they were sent flying. Their attacks were all shattered, and their bodies were covered with sword wounds. If not for the fact that they had activated their bloodline power, which greatly increased their defense, the sword chi could very well have sliced and pierced through them. The monster siblings were actually defeated. Everyone was stupefied, not daring to believe this. Especially the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, they all screamed in horror. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes were full of fear. They were very clear about the power of their own bloodline. Their senior brother was one of the best in the bloodline. In the past, once he used the power of his bloodline, he would quickly kill his enemies. Even if his enemies had a higher cultivation than him, they would still run away. However, this time, the bloodline power that they were so proud of had lost its effect. In front of Lin Xian, the attacks that were infused with the power of the bloodline seemed like child's play. How is this possible? He clearly doesn't have the power of the bloodline. How could he break my attacks? The monster siblings were very puzzled, and their eyes revealed endless madness. What was the so-called power of the bloodline? It was a vast power inherited from their ancestors, and it could definitely suppress ordinary warriors. In the past, when they used the power of the bloodline, they could definitely make those ordinary warriors' bodies stiff and unable to tremble. That was the suppression from the bloodline of the soul. However, all of this was ineffective against Lin Xian. Does Lin Xian also have a bloodline? Everyone guessed. Impossible. The power of the bloodline is extremely special. When it is used, we can all feel it. Lin Xian doesn't have that kind of aura. Someone shook his head. If this is your bloodline power, then you can go to hell. Lin Xian was like a killing god, stepping on the air. After the battle just now, he had a certain understanding of the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The bloodline of the monster siblings could not play any role in front of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was separated from the body of a true dragon, and it was the world's offensive saint technique. Lin Xian had fused with the Great Dragon Sword Soul, so he was not afraid of any bloodline power. In this way, his own shortcomings were completely fixed. He would even be the nemesis of those warriors who had the power of the bloodline. Brat, you're courting death. No one dared to underestimate the power of the bloodline. Those who did were already dead. The monster brother's voice was cold. He urged the power of the bloodline in his body with all his strength, forming blood marks all over his body. However, at this moment, a black shadow flashed, and Lin Xian had already appeared beside him. So fast. How is this possible? The monster siblings' faces changed drastically, and they quickly tried to dodge. However, a sword light was faster than them. The sword light flashed, like a meteor across the void. Although it was very short, the light was extremely dazzling. Puff puff. Blood spurted out, and two heads flew into the sky. The heads were filled with unwillingness and fear, frozen forever. What? The monster siblings were killed. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. The monster siblings were top warriors, and they were very powerful. Almost no one could compare to them. However, such people had been slaughtered, and the one who killed them was only a youth at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. To be honest, it was too shocking. These people would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. The body fell to the ground, blood flowing out, and the two heads fell in the distance. Lin Xian withdrew his sword. He had used the Great Dragon Sword Soul in that attack, and it was not something the monster siblings could resist. Then, he looked around and stared at the people of the Divine Bird Palace. In an instant, all the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace trembled. That gaze was like a sword that pierced into their hearts. Geodemonic Flame's body also trembled slightly, and his heart was filled with horror. His powerful senior brother had also died. If this was spread back, the sect would definitely be shaken. Moreover, Lin Xian's gaze had made him feel fear. A few months ago, this would have been a joke, but now it had happened. "Let's go!" he screamed. This person was not someone they could contend with. If Lin Xian went crazy and killed the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, they would not have any power to fight back. If that was the case, the Divine Bird Palace would definitely be injured. In an instant, the sound of the air being torn rang out. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were so scared that their faces turned pale. They could no longer care about anything else and fled. In the sky, countless rays of light flashed, and the airflow surged. Those were the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace who had fled. Everyone was stunned, and their minds went blank. They did not think that the Divine Bird Palace, which had dominated this region, would be like a stray dog, fleeing. And the one who had caused this was only a youth at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. If this were to spread, the entire Tianwu domain would be shaken. In addition to the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, the cultivators of the other forces were also trembling. Chapter 545. However, their senior sister Yu Qingqing had not left yet, so they could not escape. Facing those fleeing disciples of Divine Bird Palace, Lin Xian sneered. These people were nothing to worry about and were not worthy of him taking action. At this time, Yu Qingqing suddenly spoke. "Master Lin, I have heard about your matter from Ziki. I think we had some misunderstandings before. Why don't we resolve it now?" Everyone was shocked again. The 6-star Divine Bird Palace had escaped, and now another 6-star sect, Moon Embracing Pavilion, had admitted defeat and wanted to make peace with Lin Xian. This was something that would have been impossible in the past. One must know that 6-star sects were overlords in the Sky Martial region. Their disciples were extremely arrogant and did not put anyone in their eyes. If someone dared to touch their people, these people would definitely attack crazily. At this moment, Moon Embracing Pavilion actually took the initiative to ask for peace. Although this was a sealed space in the Lost Lands, it was enough to show how terrifying Lin Xian was. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. Firstly, he was not a homicidal maniac. Secondly, he did not need to offend a 6-star sect over a small matter. After all, he would go to the Sky Martial region in the future. It was better to have one less enemy than one more friend. Seeing Lin Xian nodding, the disciples of Moon Embracing Pavilion were all relieved. "In this case, we will meet again if fate wills it." Yu Qingqing's beautiful face revealed a smile, and then she left with everyone. Zhao Ziqi's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian. She was very reluctant, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and left with Yu Qingqing. After the disciples of Moon Embracing Pavilion left, the other warriors also quickly left. Even the disciples of 6-star sects did not dare to go against Lin Xian, let alone them. In the following days, Lin Xian did not do anything else, but focused on consolidating the Great Dragon Sword Soul. With his current cultivation, he could only exert a trace of the Great Dragon Sword Soul's power. Even so, the power was already very terrifying. In the future, as his cultivation increased, the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul would also increase. Just as Lin Xian was concentrating on cultivating, an ancient tribe in the Lost Lands was in an uproar. 8 experts from their clan went to suppress the White Bone Mountain, but they were thrown back. What was even more shocking was that the ferocious beasts from underground had come out and even destroyed the lost shrine. Every single one of these events was earth-shattering. Normally, it would have shocked the natives of the Lost Lands, but now, all of them were happening at the same time. Not only them, but those old antiques who had been sleeping were also awakened. Among them, 2 withered old men came out from the ancestral land. These 2 people were very short and small. Their figures were stooped, and their bodies were emaciated. Only a layer of wrinkled skin stuck to their bodies. It was shaped like a dried orange peel, unusually rough. However, the eyes of these 2 old men were shining like stars. The aura that they inadvertently emitted was enough to make one's soul tremble. "Ancestor!" Everyone in the Lost Land said respectfully. Even those two old men at the Exalt realm revealed respectful expressions and didn't act presumptuously at all. At their level, age and whatnot were no longer of any use. Unless the opponent's cultivation was profound, only then could they be intimidated. Therefore, these two withered old men's cultivation was definitely above the Exalt realm. Perhaps even those six-star sects didn't know that there were such terrifying existences in the Lost Lands. The two old men nodded slowly and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter? Why did you wake us up? Could it be that the clan has reached a moment of life and death?" The two old men were dissatisfied. For people like them, they were already very old and didn't have much time left. If they didn't break through soon, they would turn into a pile of yellow soil. Although their cultivation was powerful, they still couldn't escape the fate of death. Usually, in order to conserve energy, they chose to stay in seclusion. They would only make a move when the clan was at a moment of life and death. Now that they were awakened by their clansmen, they naturally thought that the clan was under threat. "Ancestor, the clan is fine," the Exalt Realm elder said. "Umph." The two old men were furious, and their expressions immediately darkened. "Have you forgotten the clan rules?" His voice carried a terrifying power, causing everyone's blood to boil. "We don't dare." The warriors hurriedly explained. "Ancestor, it's like this." Then, the elder told them what had happened on Whitebone Mountain. Then, the two skinny old men trembled with excitement, and their eyes shot out terrifying rays of light that were dozens of feet long. "The Great Dragon Sword Soul. I didn't expect the Great Dragon Sword Soul to be born." The two old men were excited. It turned out that the ancient words were true. The two of them shouted excitedly, and their voices shook the surroundings. "Let's go, bring me to have a look." The two old men's voices were urgent. "Ancestor, I'll lead the way." A young man in a beast robe walked out with an excited face. Old man, I didn't expect it to be your descendant," one of the white-haired old men said. The other gray-haired old man laughed dryly. "His aptitude is not bad, let me do it." The young man in the beast robe, Hunley, was excited and quickly walked over. Then, the two old men waved their sleeves and turned into two shocking rays of light, instantly disappearing. Lin Xian was cultivating near Whitebone Mountain when he suddenly opened his eyes. With a trace of shock in his eyes, he looked up at the sky. Beside him, the sleeping dark red divine dragon also straightened its body and looked over suspiciously. "Not good, this aura is so powerful." The dark red divine dragon's expression changed. "Kid, hurry up and leave. I don't want to be captured and refined into medicine." Lin Xian stood up and asked anxiously, "What's his cultivation?" Someone who could make the dark red divine dragon nervous must have an extraordinary background. "Damn, he's at least a half-step king. Hurry up and leave. I don't want to be captured and refined into medicine." Without his dragon essence, he could not stop these people at all. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed. A half-step king was the same cultivation as the Black Dragon sect's leader. He could not even defeat one, let alone two. "Let's go." Lin Xian did not hesitate. He grabbed the dark red divine dragon and flew toward the lost temple. That was the only safe place. Swish. He turned into a ray of sword light and instantly entered the lost temple. In the next moment, the sky shook like boiling water, surging endlessly. Two shocking rays of light descended, forming a terrifying momentum that blew away everything in the surroundings. The ground could not withstand it and cracked open terrifying gullies. The originally lively primitive forest also quieted down at this moment. There was not a trace of movement within 100 miles. The two old men slowly descended, followed by the beast-clothed youth, Hunley. "That ferocious beast really ran away," said the white-haired old man. "I didn't expect it to be a dragon. I've never seen a dragon in my life." The gray-haired old man snorted lightly. "If we can drink a mouthful of dragon blood, we might be able to break through." "I don't know if we can break through, but it can at least increase our lifespan by a few decades." The two old men's eyes shone brightly. They were actually thinking about the dragon blood. Chapter 546. The two skinny old men's eyes lit up as they looked at the lost shrine. The lost shrine has been destroyed. We should be able to enter, the white-haired old man said. Hee, it's been a few hundred years. We can finally enter. The gray-haired old man laughed. Behind them, Hunley was also excited. The lost shrine was a forbidden area. A supremacy had tried to enter but was killed easily. Since then, none of their clansmen dared to enter, including the two patriarchs. Now, he could follow the patriarchs and enter the legendary forbidden area. Just thinking about it made him excited. Let's go! The three of them turned into rays of light and rushed toward the lost shrine. In the lost shrine, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon watched anxiously. When they saw the two old men running toward them, their faces darkened. Damn it, they're coming for us! The dark red divine dragon cursed. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully? What do you have in mind? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon roared and turned into a ray of red light, rushing toward the depths of the shrine. Lin Xian was speechless. He thought the dark red divine dragon would have a brilliant plan. He did not expect such an answer. Rolling his eyes, Lin Xian turned into a ray of sword light and ran toward the depths of the shrine. Not long after they left, the two patriarchs landed. The two of them quickly scanned their surroundings before laughing out loud. Ha! We're finally in. Since this place is called the Lost Shrine, there must be a god's treasure. If we can get it, we might be able to break through. Breaking through is nothing. It's a god's treasure. Maybe we can leave this place. The two old men's eyes lit up like hungry wolves. Hearing these words, the beast-clothed young man, Hunley, trembled with excitement. He knew he was going to be rich this time. Following the patriarchs was definitely the right choice. By then, he would definitely be able to break through to the supremacy realm with the treasure in the lost shrine. Then, he would become the youngest supremacy in the clan. He might even be more powerful than those geniuses from the outside world. If they could leave the lost shrine and reach the real world as the patriarchs had said. Then, he would be able to rely on the treasures here to display his prowess and dominate the world. Thinking of this, he was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to start searching immediately. However, although he was excited, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and followed behind the two old men. Now that he was in the lost temple, he had to follow these two old men to get the most benefits. Let's go. Since we've come here, we absolutely can't return empty-handed. The three of them wandered around the lost shrine, searching for the treasures in their hearts. Lin Xian used his movement technique and arrived at the depths of the temple. To be honest, the last time he had come to seize the great dragon sword soul, he had only relied on his intuition to search for it. He had run all the way and had not paid attention to the scene in the temple at all. Now that he examined it carefully, he was shocked. This place was filled with ancient relics and was filled with a desolate aura. Beside these roads were piles of broken weapons. Although those wells were short, they were still releasing a deep radiance. They were like sharp divine weapons, emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Lin Xian sensed with his perception. He discovered that the quality of these fragments was superb. They definitely surpassed spirit step treasures. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked toward a broken sword. With a suction force from his palm, he grabbed the broken sword. With his soul power, he could tell that the grade of this treasured sword was higher than the Wind Shadow sword. Although it was broken, its power should be extraordinary. The broken sword on the ground felt Lin Xian's suction force, then trembled slightly and turned into a pile of powder. An astonishing aura flew out from the powder and slashed toward Lin Xian. The light was like a ray of sword qi, extremely sharp. At that moment, Lin Xian's scalp went numb and he gasped. Without any hesitation, he used the illusory demon steps and dodged quickly. At the same time, he pulled out the Wind Shadow sword and stabbed forward. On the sword edge, a golden airflow fanned and formed a large green bird that pounced forward. The green bird spread its wings and flew. A pair of sharp claws quickly grabbed at the light. The green bird contained sword essence and wind essence, and then it was used by the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely sharp and instantly collided with the light. The two collided and produced a low sound. Then, they both turned into energy fragments and scattered in the void. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. The attack just now had surpassed the strength of a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. If he didn't control the great dragon sword soul, it would have been very difficult to block this attack. In the end, he didn't dare to act rashly. Although the things here looked tempting, they were already broken and contained a great threat. The slightest carelessness would have cost him his life. Lin Xian wasn't the only one who encountered such a situation. In a corner behind him, Elder Gray and Elder Bai also encountered the same situation. The beast-robed youth, Hun Li, saw a long saber shining with divine light and emitting an astonishing aura. He was overjoyed and hurried over. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that this long saber had surpassed the spirit rank. It was very likely that it was the legendary Earth rank treasure. This kind of thing only existed in legends. He didn't expect to see it here today. Of course, he wouldn't let it go. He stretched out his hand, and a large hand formed by spirit power grabbed forward. In the blink of an eye, the large hand covered the long saber. However, in the next moment, the long saber suddenly cracked and turned into countless fragments. The fragments formed a saber light in the air and slashed forward. In the blink of an eye, the saber light formed by the fragments split the large hand of spirit power. Then, it slashed toward the beast-robed youth in an even sharper manner. The void was torn apart and trembled violently. The beast-robed youth's expression changed drastically. He felt that his body was out of control and his soul was trembling deeply. This attack had completely exceeded the realm that he could accept at the moment. No! He screamed crazily. His eyes were red. He wanted to dodge, but his body wouldn't listen to him. His heart was filled with regret. She was only 20 years old, but her strength had already reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. She could be said to be a peerless genius. Chapter 547. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon felt a great threat at that moment. The reason was that not long ago, the Dark Red Divine Dragon had opened a sealed door. In the end, troops of divine soldiers wearing ancient battle armor and holding sharp bronze spears walked out from inside. They were like ancient warriors, striding over. These ancient divine soldiers were covered in ancient battle armor, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. They were like lifeless machines, and their movements were uniform. Moreover, they exuded a powerful aura that seemed to be able to shatter everything when gathered together. Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly used the Dragon Sword Soul to eliminate the pressure. Then, his expression became extremely ugly. The aura of these ancient divine soldiers was very strong. It was far from what a spirit-detecting realm martial artist could resist. If he didn't have the Dragon Sword Soul, he would have been crushed by this aura. On the other side, the dark red dragon swallowed its saliva. As a member of the ancient divine dragon race, although it had lost its dragon essence and cultivation, its bloodline was still there. Naturally, it wouldn't be afraid of this aura. However, its expression wasn't very good either. It stared at the divine soldiers and screamed, "Mother Dragon, a group of Yin soldiers died." Yin soldiers? Lin Xian frowned. What are Yin soldiers? The dark red dragon retreated and quickly said, "These Yin soldiers were all powerful martial artists when they were alive. After they died, they were smelted with a special method to become machines that only know how to kill. Moreover, these people carried great resentment when they were alive, so they have an evil and cold aura on them now. They are called Yin soldiers." Lin Xian understood and then asked, "What are the strength of these Yin soldiers?" It's hard to say. According to their cultivation when they were alive, their combat power after they died is also different. However, the combat power of these Yin soldiers is average. They haven't reached the venerable realm. Hearing that, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. They haven't reached the venerable realm? Average combat power? Even he was afraid of the aura of these people. To his surprise, the dark red dragon continued, "Indeed, a single Yin soldier hasn't reached the venerable realm. However, if they join forces, they can definitely kill a venerable realm martial artist." Lin Xian's forehead darkened. This was such an important piece of information, and this guy was only saying it now. Didn't he know that he would die if he said it later? Tidomu. Using the great dragon sword soul should be able to intimidate this group of Een soldiers. The dark red divine dragon rolled its eyes and said. Hearing this, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul, and a layer of hazy radiance appeared around his body, condensing into the shape of a true dragon. A supreme aura spread out, as if it was going to tear the 9 heavens apart. Sure enough, blue flames danced in the eye sockets of the Een soldiers. Wielding huge bronze spears, they circled around Lin Xian and continued forward. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and the dark red divine dragon also exclaimed in a low voice, "You scared this emperor to death." Lin Xian glared at him fiercely. "You still dare to say that? It's all your fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered such a situation." The dark red divine dragon knew that he was in the wrong, but he still muttered in a low voice, "Damn it, I didn't know there were Een soldiers here." Then he said, "I'm afraid this lost shrine is not as beautiful as we thought. It's very dangerous here, and if we're not careful, we'll fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Let's wait here." Lin Xian also nodded. If there were Een soldiers nearby, they should be able to intimidate the unknown experts. Behind them, the gray and white elders and the youth in beastly clothes were pacing back and forth in front of a dilapidated stone house. This was a stone house, and there were cracks on the stone door in front, as if it would split open at any time. Traces of golden flames were spitting out from the cracks. It kept flashing, and every once in a while it would spit out some. The gray and white elders were originally hurrying on their way, and they happened to see this light, so they were attracted to it. Seeing this light, the gray and white elders were overjoyed. They were sure that there must be a mysterious treasure behind this dilapidated stone wall. Thinking of this, the two of them were ecstatic. The white-haired old man punched out, and a huge fist image smashed into the wall like a mountain. The space shook, and the air exploded. The terrifying energy fiercely smashed into the wall, causing it to shake. However, the wall that seemed to be dilapidated and covered in cracks merely shook, and then it stood there just like before. What? Seeing this, the gray and white elders frowned, and the youth in beastly clothes' eyelids twitched. He gulped with great difficulty, and then he looked at the dilapidated stone wall in shock. After all, his 2 ancestors had surpassed the Exalt realm, and they were even a step away from the King realm. Such figures could even instantly kill a spirit-detecting realm cultivator with a single glance. However, that violent punch didn't have the slightest bit of effect. This was simply too inconceivable. The white-haired old man's face was gloomy. His punch had actually failed to blast open a dilapidated wall, which made him feel rather embarrassed. In the end, he snorted coldly and punched out with his right fist again. This time, rays of divine light shot out from his fist. It was extremely dazzling, and terrifying energy surged out in all directions as if it could crush the heavens and the earth. The punch smashed onto the stone bridge, and it instantly caused a heaven-shaking sound to resound. At the side, the youth in beastly clothes felt his eardrums tremble, and his aura roiled. He felt as if his body was about to split apart. His face was pale, and he retreated in terror. After that, he used his spirit energy to seal his hearing, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief. How terrifying! Merely the aftershock of the energy had almost heavily injured him. However, what shocked him even more was that the dilapidated wall was actually still intact. It looked the same as before, and there wasn't even a single crack. How is this possible? The youth in beastly clothes was shocked, and he almost bit off his tongue. It wasn't just him, the gray and white elders were shocked as well. Their strength could be said to be extremely formidable, but they were actually unable to break open a wall. It was too strange. As expected of the lost shrine, it's truly miraculous. I didn't expect a dilapidated wall to be so tough. The white-haired old man's expression was very unsightly, and he snorted coldly. The gray-haired old man also frowned. Looking at this wall, there should be a special restriction. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand our strength. Let's look around. There should be a special formation mechanism on it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for us to open it with just brute force. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this period, Lin Xian tried to walk out. However, as soon as he walked through a passage, he sensed 2 extremely powerful auras ahead of him. Subsequently, he was shocked and quietly retreated. There was no need to think about it. There were definitely 2 extremely powerful figures ahead, and they had blocked the path. He could only wait here patiently. During these 2 days, the gray and white elders kept searching and finally found a trace of a way to break open the wall. The 2 joined hands, and relying on their half-step king cultivation base and vision, they finally gradually broke open the dilapidated wall. Chapter 548. The dilapidated stone door cracked open, revealing the scene inside. However, to the disappointment of the 2 elders, it was not filled with countless treasures as they had imagined. It was very simple inside. There was only a white skeleton. The dazzling golden light came from the white skeleton. If one looked closely, they would find that the white skeleton was covered with a layer of faint golden lines. Seeing that there were no treasures, the young man in the beast coat was disappointed, while the 2 elders stared at the skeleton that was glowing with golden light. "Old man, do you feel anything?" the gray-haired elder asked. "Yes, although it's faint, it's indeed the pressure from the bloodline." The white-haired elder looked dignified. Then, the 2 of them looked at the white skeleton carefully. Their tribe guarded the lost place. They had an extraordinary background and the bloodline power in their bodies was powerful. But now, a pile of white bones actually made their hearts palpitate. This situation was too strange. Unless the white bones were also very powerful bloodline warriors when they were alive, and their bloodline power was stronger than theirs. However, they were not happy because there was not much value in walking the bones. The 2 of them looked around and checked the situation in the stone cave. Soon, they found a pool of blood in the corner. The blood was black and almost solidified. If one did not pay attention, they would not have noticed it. The 2 elders walked forward. However, just as they walked to the black blood, the pool of blood suddenly glowed red and filled the entire space. A low roar was heard. The blood rolled in the void and turned into a ferocious blood beast, roaring at the sky. A terrifying and majestic pressure rolled over like angry waves and blasted toward the 2 elders. "Oh no! Bastard, you're courting death!" The 2 elders were furious. Then, they attacked the void with a terrifying silent void. The 2 forces collided, causing the entire space to shake. The blood beast roared ferociously and its body glowed brightly. The surrounding walls reflected a scarlet light as if they were soaked in endless blood, emitting an endless murderous aura. The entire space was filled with the thick smell of blood. Not only that, when the light shone on the white bones, there was a change. The scarlet light gathered in the eye sockets of the white bones, forming 2 red lights. Then, the white bones trembled slightly as if they were about to come back to life. Crack crack. White bones trembled, then stood up. It held a huge bone knife in its hand, and the aura on its body made people's hair stand on end. The beast-robed young man's face turned pale. He kept retreating, trying to escape. Even Old Man Hui and Old Man Bai were frowning, their faces dark. The lost temple was indeed a forbidden place. Just by opening a wall, such a strange and terrifying thing had happened. The aura emitted by the blood fiend in the air and by Gu behind him was not any weaker than the 2 of them. This place was too strange, giving the 2 of them a bad feeling. The 2 elders did not want to take the risk. They looked at each other and quickly retreated. This action immediately angered the blood fiend in the air. It let out a furious roar and charged toward the 2 of them with a terrifying aura. The white bone transformed into a ray of white light and swiftly charged towards the 2 old men. The enormous bone blade in its hand was accompanied by an endless aura as it slashed down with a loud bang. Boom! Bang bang! The gray and white elders fought as they retreated, striking out terrifying palm and fist shadows. Suddenly, the sound of explosions came from the dark passage. Go! In the next moment, the gray and white elders grabbed the beast-robed young man and rushed into the sky. They transformed into a ray of light and ran deeper. The ferocious blood fiend and White Bones quickly chased after them. Lin Xian paced back and forth near the group of Yin soldiers. He was cultivating while waiting. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. This was because he sensed 4 extremely powerful forces rushing towards him at high speed. The dark red dragon beside him jumped up in shock and kept moving. Damn it, weren't there only 2 of them? Why are there 4 auras now? Kid, who did you offend? Li Xian's face darkened. He snorted coldly. What does it have to do with me? Maybe they're here to suppress you. Hearing this, the dark red dragon stopped talking. It shrunk its neck and said worriedly, "Why don't we go further in? I'm afraid these Yin soldiers might be able to stop the 4 of them." Go further in? Lin Xian hesitated. The things that appeared in this place were already too much for him to resist. If he did not have the great dragon sword soul, he would not be able to avoid these Yin soldiers. He did not know what dangers there would be if he went further in. If the great dragon sword soul did not work, he would not be able to escape at all. Therefore, he subconsciously did not want to go further. In the next moment, 4 rays of light appeared in front of the passage. The gray and white elders frowned and exclaimed in a low voice. They did not expect someone to arrive earlier than them. The beast-robed young man exclaimed in surprise, "It's you! Ancestors, he's the person I was talking about." Whoosh! The gray and white elders landed in the passage. They were blocked by a group of Yin soldiers and could not move forward at all. The 2 of them looked at the Yin soldiers in front of them cautiously, then stared at Lin Xian. According to the beast-robed young man, Lin Xian was the last person to come into contact with the great dragon sword soul and the peerless dragon. In other words, he knew the whereabouts of the peerless beast and the great dragon sword soul. "Boy, let me ask you, where are the great dragon sword soul and the peerless dragon?" The white-haired old man shouted coldly. Hearing this, the dark red dragon shrunk its neck and laid on Lin Xian's body, watching him nervously. Now that he had lost his dragon essence and cultivation, if he was recognized, he would not be able to escape. At that time, he might be captured and used for alchemy. "Boy, you can't leave me in the lurch," the dark red dragon said in a low voice. Lin Xian's expression turned cold. The wine lord said that this dragon knew a lot and should be able to help him, so he did not want to hand it over for the time being. Moreover, the beast-robed young man wanted to kill him. Lin Xian did not have a good impression of such an enemy. Moreover, he was the one who obtained the great dragon sword soul. If the other party knew, he would not let it go. Thinking of this, Lin Xian asked in a low voice, "Do I know you?" Hearing this, the 2 old men were stunned and subconsciously said, "No, we don't." Chapter 549. The white-haired old man stretched out his palm, forming a huge hand that covered the sky as he grabbed at Lin Xian. At this moment, the surrounding Yin soldiers all raised the divine spears in their hands and pointed them at the sky. Rays of light rushed into the sky and instantly pierced through the huge hand that covered the sky. Although those spears were rusty, the divine light they emitted was incomparably terrifying. Even the void couldn't withstand it. In an instant, it pierced through the white-haired old man's terrifying light palm. The white-haired old man's expression changed, and he suddenly retracted his right hand. The gray-haired old man and the beast-robed young man were even more shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, but he was ecstatic. The other party was a half-step king, and his strength was incomparably powerful. However, these Yin soldiers were too strange. The attack they formed could actually resist a half-step king. At this moment, another shocking roar came from behind, and then 2 terrifying auras quickly rushed over. Hearing this roar, Lin Xian frowned, and the expressions of the 2 elders changed drastically. Although they were half-step kings, they were usually arrogant. However, this lost shrine was too strange. Although the Yin soldiers in front of them were only at the spirit-detecting realm, they were actually able to contend against them together. Not only that, the blood fiends and white skeletons behind them were even more terrifying. They were almost on par with them. If these Yin soldiers joined forces, they might be suppressed. One had to know that at their level, they didn't have many years left to live. Their cultivation was used to extend their lifespan, so they couldn't afford to consume it. Therefore, the first thought of the two elders was not to fight, but to retreat. However, there were terrifying blood fiends and ferocious white skeletons behind them, so they couldn't leave. They could only break through from the Een soldiers. Terrifying auras soared from the two of them, and they rushed forward like two sharp blades. Among them, the gray-haired old man opened the way and threw out countless fist shadows. Each of them was like a meteor, carrying a huge momentum. The white-haired old man grabbed at Lin Xian again. The two of them were as fast as lightning. In an instant, the terrifying fist shadows condensed into meteorites that smashed towards the Een soldiers. The white-haired old man attacked even more strangely. A hazy palm of light instantly appeared above Lin Xian's head. In an instant, Lin Xian felt the surrounding air shatter, and an irresistible force appeared above him. This was the aura of a half-step king, and it was simply irresistible. Even a venerable would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian spat out a large mouthful of blood from the impact. He pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his strength, transforming it into a sword light that pierced out diagonally. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique, and Lin Xian's speed was fast, so he escaped from the range of the light palm in an instant. In the next moment, countless Een soldiers were enraged. Their bodies emitted a monstrous aura that connected together to form a black divine spear that pierced through the void. Behind him, the ferocious blood beast and the white bone devil general were also moving quickly. A blood-colored waterfall hung in the void, and a sea of blood flowed down from above, drowning the entire sky. On the other side, the white bone demon general also raised his huge white bone blade and quickly slashed out. Every move was extremely stunning, causing the void to explode. He actually dodged it. The white-haired old man was astonished. As a half-step king, his aura was enough to kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. But he didn't expect the other party to survive. This kid is too strange. The white-haired man was shocked. Then, he said to the beast-robed young man, "Go capture that kid." The beast-robed young man was currently being pincered by the Een soldiers, blood beasts, and white bone devil general. He was already scared out of his wits. Now that he heard that the old ancestor wanted him to leave the battlefield and deal with a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, he was extremely happy. Without any hesitation, the beast-robed young man turned into a streak of light. Under the protection of the white-haired old man, he dodged the attacks of the Een soldiers and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Kid, obediently surrender." The beast-robed young man laughed loudly. Last time, if it weren't for the fact that he had to suppress the ferocious beasts, he would have already dealt with the other party. However, it wasn't too late now. The beast-robed young man sneered in his heart. With his skills, he could definitely subdue the other party in one move. At that time, he would use 100 methods to make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. Only then would he be able to vent the resentment in his heart. Thinking of this, he stretched out his finger. On his fingertip, a thick finger light spun rapidly, forming a dazzling light that quickly flew out. Lin Xian had just dodged the white-haired old man's attack and hadn't even calmed down when he saw the sharp finger light flying toward him. Immediately, his face sank and killing intent rose in his heart. The other party was so arrogant. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Looking at the finger light, Lin Xian's heart was calm. He stomped his feet and quickly rushed to the side. Then, he stabbed out with the wind shadow sword. The concepts of wind and thunder merged, forming a sword of wind and thunder that quickly slashed down. This sword of wind and thunder was very different from ordinary sword chi. On the tip of the sword, lightning formed a sawtooth that was incomparably sharp. On the outside, there were countless gusts of wind opening the path, increasing the speed and attack power to the extreme. Everywhere it passed, the air was split into two. In an instant, the sword of wind and thunder collided with the finger light and exploded, drowning the entire void. The sword chi that exploded formed an arc that enveloped the surroundings. It wrapped around the violent energy, and not a single bit of energy leaked out. In other words, Lin Xian's surroundings weren't affected by any of the energy. He had thought of all these in the instant that he attacked. With the great dragon sword spirit, his attacks had many variations. After the first slash, the second slash came down. This slash had merged with the great success sword essence. It was like a slanted moon that quickly slashed down. This sword light was very pure and very sharp. As the sword light swept past, the surrounding space seemed to be cut open, instantly creating cracks. Chapter 550. Now that the two patriarchs were under the control of a group of soldiers and blood fiends, he had to do it himself. If he was lucky, he might be able to secretly learn some secrets from Lin Xian. In the future, his cultivation might advance by leaps and bounds, and he might even reach the level of the patriarchs. Thinking of this, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. This was definitely the best opportunity. This was the best opportunity for him to capture Lin Xian. Thinking of this, the young man in the beast-robed roared. His spiritual energy burned like a huge flame, and the surrounding void crackled. 5-finger radiances shot out and streaked across the air, forming a cage that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body moved erratically, and countless shadows appeared in the void. At the same time, he stabbed out with the wind shadow sword. Every time, a fine sword chi would pierce through the void and collide with the radiant finger radiances. At the same time, he clenched his left hand and formed a pitch-black sword that floated in the air. Sword of Nirvana. The pitch-black longsword emitted a deathly aura. It was like a sword from hell, and it made one's heart tremble. This sword was originally comprehended from the bloodline of the king. Now that it was displayed through the great dragon sword soul, its power was several times stronger than before. Not only that, but the desolate aura on the long sword had also become more condensed. Lin Xian waved his arm, and the pitch-black sword of Nirvana quickly slashed down toward the young man in the beast-robed clothes. Wherever the sword passed, a deathly aura was emitted. The entire space was filled with a chill, as if it was about to freeze. In an instant, the young man in the beast-robed clothes looked abnormally ugly. He felt that his body's functions were rapidly disappearing, as if his life essence was about to be completely drained. What kind of sword technique is this? It's so strange. It can deprive me of my life essence. He was horrified and quickly retreated. Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword in his right hand and shattered the 5-finger radiances. At the same time, he held the sword of Nirvana in his left hand and quickly slashed at the young man in the beast-robed clothes. In an instant, the young man in the beast-robed clothes lost his previous arrogance. He jumped continuously and dodged quickly. He could feel that if he was hit by the pitch-black sword, he would lose more than half of his life essence. In this dangerous lost shrine, being seriously injured was equivalent to death. The beast-robe youth clenched his teeth. He was unwilling to give up. He couldn't understand how Lin Xian's strength had suddenly become so fierce. Not even in his dreams could he have imagined this situation. He was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm and was very powerful, but he didn't expect to be chased by a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. Fortunately, there were no other martial artists here. Otherwise, he would have the heart to die. Old Gray and Old Man Bai were in a fierce battle with a group of soldiers, blood fiends, and white-bone devil generals. When they saw the young man's condition, they were so angry that their beards curled up. At that moment, they thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. A brat at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm was chasing after a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. This was too fucking ridiculous. Spiritly, what are you doing? Hurry up and use your full strength to take him down. The gray-robed old man shouted angrily. The young man's body trembled when he heard this. He knew that he couldn't hold back any longer. Brat, I didn't expect your strength to rise to such a level. You really surprised me. But let's stop here. I'll let you know what a real powerhouse is. You should be proud that you can die because of the power of your bloodline. After saying that, the young man stopped dodging. He stood in the void, his black hair fluttering behind him. His robe was flapping loudly. His aura was rising continuously. Streaks of blood-red lines filled his body. Behind him, The shadow of a fierce tiger condensed and roared in all directions. At the same time, black and white lines appeared on his cheeks and arms. Not only that, but his bones and limbs also became thicker. He was filled with a fierce aura. Anyone who has seen the power of my bloodline won't be able to survive. You won't be an exception. Spirit Li's voice was cold. After using the power of his bloodline, he became abnormally fierce and violent. The power of your bloodline? Lin Xian stopped and sneered. He had the great dragon sword soul, so he wasn't afraid of the power of his bloodline at all. Ignorant ant, it seems like you still don't understand the power of my bloodline. Seeing Lin Xian sneer, the young man, Hun Li, was annoyed. Then he was filled with murderous intent and his hands made a cross in the air. The air trembled and spiritual energy condensed. The shadow of a white tiger appeared and let out an earth-shattering roar. It pounced on Lin Xian. This power was too strong. It had already surpassed the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. The young man sneered. This attack was enough to kill an ordinary martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Lin Xian wouldn't be able to withstand it. The tiger roared and shook the air. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He held the Nirvana sword and stabbed it forward quickly. The pitch-black Nirvana sword exuded the power of death. It was like a sword of death as it streaked across the air. In an instant, it collided with the shadow of the tiger. When the two collided, there was no dazzling light or earth-shattering explosion. When the pitch-black Nirvana sword came into contact with the shadow of the white tiger, it was as if ice and fire had fused. The huge white tiger phantom dimmed, as if its energy had been drained from its body, and it was dispirited. The Nirvana sword was still emitting a pitch-black cold light. The aura it emitted caused the shadow of the white tiger to quickly dissipate. Not only that, but the young man in the beastly robe behind also trembled. His eyes were filled with shock. In an instant he felt an unusually cold aura enveloping him. It was as if it was sucking the energy from his body. In an instant he felt a lot of his life essence and spiritual energy being drained. This method was too strange. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly cut off the connection with the shadow of the white tiger. Then, the cold aura of death gradually disappeared. What kind of sword is this? It's so terrifying. The young man in the beastly robe was terrified. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Xian. This is the power of your bloodline? Lin Xian sneered. In my eyes, it's worse than trash. Didn't you want to kill me? I want to see how you'll kill me. Lin Xian coldly snorted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He had no enmity with the other party. They didn't even know each other. However, the other party had wanted to kill him more than once due to his greed. This made him angry. He couldn't forgive the other party. Lin Xian was like a god of death. He walked over with the Nirvana sword in hand. You're courting death. The young man in the beastly robe was furious. As the peerless genius of the clan, he had been the center of attention since he was young. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. Now, a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm dared to treat him like this. Chapter 551. Lin Xian was expressionless as he waved the Nirvana sword in his hand. With a cold and deadly force, the white tiger shadows in the air lost their energy quickly. The beast-robed youth seemed to have gone mad as he activated his bloodline power and waved his fists wildly. The white tiger shadows lit up with a faint red glow and an even more ferocious aura filled the air. The white tiger shadows that were originally dim were instantly replenished. They roared into the sky like the king of beasts and their spiritual energy was extremely violent. They roared ferociously and pounced on Lin Xian. Although the Nirvana sword was powerful, it was still unable to completely destroy the white tiger shadows that were stacked with bloodline power. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by countless white tiger shadows. Countless white tiger phantoms that were enhanced by the power of the bloodline pounced on Lin Xian from all directions. Their aura shook the heavens and the earth as they surrounded Lin Xian in an instant. Although the Nirvana sword in Lin Xian's hand was powerful, His opponent's bloodline power was too concentrated and he could not eliminate it immediately. Daikid. Seeing that his opponent was surrounded by fist shadows, the beast-robed youth, Hun Li, laughed loudly. Lin Xian's expression was cold like the god of death. Countless sword auras surrounded the wind shadow sword and formed a blood-red blade that wrapped around it like a blood-red longsword. A shocking murderous aura emanated from it and swept across the heavens and the earth. Instantly, visible sword waves formed around it and the murderous aura swept across the heavens and the earth. It was like a layer of blood-red ice crystals that made the air cold and wanted to freeze people. The cold aura caused the surrounding temperature to drop. Streaks of murderous aura formed invisible sword scars that slashed in all directions. Hun Li's expression changed and he quickly retreated. The murderous aura was so shocking that it made his soul tremble. In the next moment, his expression turned ugly. Lin Xian had exceeded his expectations once again. The blood-red longsword swept in all directions and destroyed the white tiger shadows that covered the heavens and the earth. It was like the winter wind that blew painfully on people's bodies. Sword of Slaughter. This move was also comprehended from the blood of a king. It was different from the sword of Nirvana, as it was a sword of killing. It was cold and merciless, and it did not hold back. At this moment, Lin Xian was holding the black sword of Nirvana in his left hand and the blood-red sword of Slaughter in his right. He was like a demon from hell, stunning the beast-robed youth. The beast-robed young man's expression was extremely ugly. His opponent's aura made him extremely displeased. It had to be said that the other party was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. He could crush such a martial artist with a wave of his hand. However, the kid in front of him was abnormal in every way. If you have any last words, hurry up and leave them. Lin Xian's voice was cold, causing the surrounding air to crack. Arrogant. You're courting death. The beast-robed youth was furious. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. He roared, and the figure of the white tiger behind him suddenly expanded. It was as if he had transformed into a huge tiger demon, tearing everything apart. Lin Xian's expression did not change as he moved his two swords. With boundless killing intent, blood-red sword qi surged out and clashed with the dark sword qi, forming a cross-shaped sword light that quickly shot forward. Wherever it passed, it formed a dazzling light and surged sword qi. The cross-shaped sword qi collided with the tiger demon's shadow. It only paused for a moment before cutting it open and quickly slashing towards the beast-robed youth. This demonic tiger was different from the one formed by the beast-robed youth. The latter was purely condensed from spiritual energy and was very stiff. However, the one formed by the gray-haired elder was very spiritual, as if it was real. Moreover, its power was dozens of times stronger. This kind of attack could instantly kill a group of spirit-detecting realm martial artists. However, he encountered Lin Xian. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, and no other martial soul could compare to it. Although the demonic tiger martial soul was powerful, it couldn't withstand a single blow from the great dragon sword soul. Roar! A furious roar came from Lin Xian's body. The sound waves gathered and instantly intimidated the demonic tiger martial soul. What? The gray-haired elder was shocked. At that moment, his mind went blank. He was a half-step king who had lived for nearly 700 years. He was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. For example, not to mention a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, even a venerable wouldn't be able to resist the attack just now. However, a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm kid actually blocked it. Moreover, his martial soul was repelled. This was too crazy. This kid must have a great treasure on him. The gray-haired elder quickly recovered from his shock. Chapter 552. In the next moment, his face became abnormally gloomy. The white-haired old man was also shocked. Then, he frowned as if he had thought of something. That roar just now, could it be the great dragon sword spirit? As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, their hearts began to beat wildly. Then, the two old men looked at Lin Xian, their eyes shining with a shocking light. Although it was only their guess and they had not seen the real Great Dragon Sword Spirit, there was probably nothing else in this world besides the Great Dragon Sword Spirit that could push back a half-step King Martial Spirit with a single roar. Otherwise, a mere spirit-detecting realm mid-stage martial artist would not be able to resist a half-step King Martial Spirit. Therefore, no matter what, they had to capture Lin Xian. However, just as they were in a daze, the malevolent blood fiend and white bone devil general behind them suddenly erupted with terrifying attacks. Immediately, the two old men were flustered and hastily dealt with the attacks. The two were unable to break through for the time being, but their gazes towards Lin Xian were abnormally cold. Lin Xian frowned. He naturally knew what these two old men were planning, but he would not let them do as they wished. Lil Red, are there any more Yin soldiers nearby? Let's release them, Lin Xian said. Fuck, who is Lil Red? This emperor is a mighty divine dragon. The dark red dragon jumped up. Please call me Lord Divine Dragon in the future. Lil Red, we're talking business, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Hearing this, the dark red dragon rolled its eyes. In the end, it could only helplessly say, there are definitely more, but they're deeper in. Let's go and release them. Lin Xian led the dark red dragon and quickly rushed deeper into the palace. Now that he was being watched by the two old men, he could not leave at all. Only by killing these two old men would he have a chance to escape. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape. Right now, the only ones who could kill these two old fellows were probably these powerful Yin soldiers. He had the great dragon sword soul, so he wouldn't be attacked by the Yin soldiers. That was why he made this decision. Otherwise, he would not dare to provoke these strange things even if he was beaten to death. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Xian saw another sealed door. Without another word, he ordered the dark red dragon to go forward and break open the sealed door. Not long after, the sealed door began to creak. Then it opened and another group of Yin soldiers walked out. These Yin soldiers had powerful auras. They were holding huge bronze swords, and their bodies were filled with a murderous aura. As soon as they came out, they stared at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian immediately opened his great dragon sword soul and stood there, not daring to move. When the Yin soldiers sensed the aura of the great dragon sword soul, they ignored Lin Xian and began to walk forward. Not long after, they arrived at the place where Elder Grey and Elder White lived. Dozens of bronze sabers were raised, and streaks of dazzling saber radiance slashed into the void. Countless saber lights intertwined, causing the sky to collapse. The two elders were shocked. Their scalps went numb as they roared madly. The Yin soldiers in front of them were already difficult for them to deal with. They did not expect so many more to come. This was undoubtedly asking for their lives. Kid, when we catch you later, we'll skin you alive and refine your soul. You'll never be reincarnated. The gray-robed elder's voice was like a ferocious ghost, filled with endless killing intent. Two old dogs. I'll kill you here today. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he stood in the distance and sneered. What? The two elders screamed madly. The aura on their bodies surged and broke through everything. As peerless powerhouses, they were usually respected by tens of thousands of people. When had they ever been insulted like this? The two of them could not wait to tear Lin Xian apart. However, the Yin soldiers in front of them gave them a headache. Kid, I'll catch you today even if I have to use some of my life essence. The gray-haired elder roared. Then, an inexplicable aura rose from his body and condensed into a tiger demon behind him. Its shape was so realistic that it seemed real. Martial soul. This is a martial soul that only venerables have. As soon as the martial soul appeared, it suppressed the Yin soldiers and the ferocious blood fiends. The gray-haired elder also roared. A goshawk appeared behind him. It flapped its wings as if it was going to tear the 9 heavens apart. Their martial souls were unusually powerful. Their auras completely suppressed the surroundings. Previously, they did not use their martial souls in order to preserve their life essence and live a little longer. Now, they were completely enraged. They planned to capture Lin Xian at all costs. Next, the two of them attacked ruthlessly. The white tiger martial soul roared ferociously. Its claws tore the void in front of it apart. terrifying energy was incomparably vast. On the other hand, the goshawk marshal's soul flapped its wings and formed illusory images of goshawks. It then pounced on Lin Xian. It seemed that they wanted to capture Lin Xian alive. The goshawk marshal's soul was very sharp. It broke through half of the Yin soldier's defense and rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. A trace of the great dragon sword soul rushed out of his body and forced the goshawk martial soul to retreat. Then he quickly retreated away from the battlefield. "Kid, these two are going crazy. I'm afraid these Yin soldiers won't be able to resist them," the dark red dragon said worriedly. Half-step kings were extremely terrifying existences. Moreover, the two of them were even more terrifying when they joined forces. These old things are so difficult to deal with. Lin Xian's face was ugly. Now, he could only survive by killing these two old things. Thinking of this, he moved again and ran toward the depths of the palace. This time, he decided to release enough Yin soldiers to deal with these two old things. Lin Xian ran all the way. Finally, he saw another sealed door. Then, the dark red dragon quickly cracked it and the sealed door suddenly opened. An indescribable pressure gushed out and filled the entire space. Lin Xian's body trembled and he quickly retreated. This time, he felt an indescribable pressure. It was as if an aura was about to tear him apart. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul to protect him. Returning to the corner, Lin Xian frowned and looked at the sealed door. This time, it was not as expected. A group of Yin soldiers walked out. There was only one figure in front. However, this figure's aura was stronger than countless Yin soldiers. That figure emitted a cold aura and slowly walked out. At this time, Lin Xian saw the true face of that voice. It was a knight riding a warhorse and holding a bronze spear. His figure was tall and straight, and he was extraordinarily mighty. However, what was shocking was that this knight did not have a head. A knight without a head. This situation was too strange. However, the dark red dragon at the side screamed. This was not a Yin soldier, but a Yin general. A Yin general, from the name, should be more powerful than a Yin soldier. He is indeed more powerful than a Yin soldier because he was a king when he was alive, said the dark red dragon. What, a king? Lin Xian was shocked. A king was the true overlord of the world. He did not expect to be trained into a Yin soldier. He had seen the terror of a half-step king. This king was definitely more powerful than a half-step king. The headless knight rode on his warhorse and slowly turned around to face Lin Xian. Not only did he kill the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, but he also killed the successor of the Divine Bird Palace. They would not let such a person go. The other two forces were also shocked. After hearing about Lin Xian's deeds, they felt more and more that this young man was amazing. However, they were mostly gloating. Although they belonged to the same three camps, there was also a lot of competition between them. Now that the Divine Bird Palace had suffered heavy losses, it was undoubtedly great news for the other two forces. Where is that kid now? A purple-robed elder next to him asked. He was also a venerable. This time, the Divine Bird Palace sent a total of 3 venerables to receive him. In addition to the middle-aged man and the purple-robed elder, there was also an old woman with a walking stick. Her face was dry and wrinkled like an orange peel. These 3 people exuded a biting, cold, murderous aura. Reporting to the 3 elders, that kid is still in the Lost Lands. What do the 2 of you think? The middle-aged man asked. When he comes out later, we will suppress him. The 2 elders looked cold and did not allow for any explanation. In the Lost Lands, Lin Xian's body glowed. He felt a huge force trying to expel him. He knew that it was finally time for him to leave. The dark red dragon lay on Lin Xue's body, its eyes full of excitement. Beside it, the snow-white monkey rubbed its sleepy eyes. Soon, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the huge crack in the sky. He's out. The Divine Bird Palace's powerhouses who were waiting outside suddenly looked up at the sky and smiled coldly. The other two forces also watched. They all wanted to see the mysterious young man. Stay. The middle-aged man snorted and waved his hand toward the sky. Suddenly, a huge light palm appeared, covering the sky and the sun, and pressed forward mercilessly. Lin Xian quickly left the Lost Lands under the influence of an inexplicable force. However, in the next moment he felt a surging force enveloping him as if it was going to tear him apart. Oh no! His face darkened. Without a doubt, it was the Divine Bird Palace's people. Next to him, the dark red dragon was also angry. Damn it, how dare you block my way? You really don't want to live. When I recover my dragon essence, I'll roast you all. However, although he was angry, his hands did not stop moving. Because he was now with Lin Xian, if he was caught and recognized, he would definitely be refined into medicine. Although his dragon essence and cultivation were gone, his knowledge and experience were still there. The dragon waved its claws and formed a strange pattern in the air. It was like a ferocious little dragon twisting quickly. Soon, a magical array was formed around them. Suddenly, the terrifying aura interference weakened a lot. Below, the middle-aged man from the Divine Bird Palace suddenly became gloomy. The other powerhouses were also shocked. The middle-aged man was a venerable. Logically speaking, it should be easy for him to catch a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. However, he did not expect his first attempt to fail. Interesting, now I'm getting more and more curious. What was the background of that little guy inside? On the Deity Sword Villa's side, a middle-aged man in white stood. He carried a simple long sword on his back. When he opened and closed his eyes, the sword flashed. Beside him stood Yi Linyun and the other genius disciples of the Deity Sword Villa. At this moment, they were all looking at the sky nervously. On the other side, a beautiful woman in palace attire also raised her head and looked over. Countless rays of light surrounded her body, making her look like a fairy. This beautiful woman in a palace dress was the powerhouse of the moon-embracing pavilion. Behind her stood Yu Qingsheng and the others. Among them, Zhao Ziki was so nervous that she clenched her small hands and prayed in her heart. A terrifying aura appeared, as if an immemorial fierce beast had been resurrected. The black vortex and the true dragon's silhouette resisted the surrounding energy attacks with all their strength. Outside, after the powerhouses of the Divine Bird Palace attacked, a sinister sneer appeared in their eyes. They seemed to have seen the situation after Lin Xian was shaken out of the void. However, in the next moment, the void suddenly exploded. The two divine bird silhouettes suddenly flew back, and a giant dragon that was several hundred zhang long appeared. It roared towards the sky, and with a sweep of its tail and claws, it immediately tore the divine bird's silhouette apart. What is this? Is it a divine dragon? Everyone was horrified. They all looked at the sky, and a touch of shock appeared in their eyes. The middle-aged swordsman from the Deity Sword Villa and the woman in the palace dress from the Moon Pavilion also looked dignified. The three powerhouses of the Divine Bird Palace were even more horrified. A sense of fear rose in their hearts. A divine dragon's silhouette had appeared in this place. Was there really a divine dragon here? So what if it is a divine dragon? Our Divine Bird Palace also has divine birds. The three of them snorted. Then, the wings on the middle-aged man's back flapped, forming a huge silhouette. It was like two heavenly blades, slashing into the void. The two old men next to him also joined forces to attack, using their respective martial souls. For a moment, the entire sky was flooded with violent energy. The several hundred zhang long divine dragon was too terrifying. Every time it attacked, it brought with it monstrous energy, destroying the Divine Bird Palace's attack array. Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, the great dragon sword soul required too much energy. It was very difficult for him to maintain his current strength until now. If this went on, he was likely to faint. The dark red divine dragon nodded to show that it understood. Then it roared and spat out a huge dragon flame from its mouth. The monstrous flame burned, igniting the sky. The boundless sea of fire spread, and the terrifying heat swept in all directions. At this moment, two black vortexes appeared in the void. Then they formed two black light pillars that flew over. Wherever they passed, the void shattered. The two black light pillars were too terrifying. The aura made the venerables present tremble from their souls. The attacks of the three powerhouses of the Divine Bird Palace were shattered, and the three of them were also suppressed by the Black Serpent Light Pillar. Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian was taken away by the teleportation power of the Lost Land and disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, the monstrous dragon flame and the Black Light Pillar also disappeared. At this moment, the three venerables of the Divine Bird Palace breathed a sigh of relief. Then, their faces became extremely ugly. They quickly attacked and destroyed the sky, but Lin Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Ah! The middle-aged man roared wildly. His black hair fluttered, and his body emitted a powerful aura that tore the earth apart. In front of so many people, the three venerables were unable to stop a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Shame, it was too shameful. However, what shocked them was that the little thief had the shadow of a divine dragon and a mysterious powerhouse beside him. Especially the Black Light Pillar, they all trembled. The Deity Sword Villa and the Moon Embracing Pavilion did not laugh at the Divine Bird Palace because they were also shocked and could not speak for a long time. Go back and report, mobilize all forces, and must not let the little brat escape. The three Divine Bird Palace powerhouses shouted angrily. Suddenly, a terrifying energy rose from the three of them and took away all the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. The Deity Sword Villa and the Moon Embracing Pavilion also left. The appearance of such a mysterious youth in the Sky Martial region would cause a huge shock to the younger generation. Chapter 556. In the void, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and stayed awake. On his shoulder, the little white monkey's eyes regained clarity. It rubbed its big eyes and then went into the storage bag to sleep. The Crimson Dragon was also lying on Lin Xian's body with a listless look on its face. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he was out of danger for the time being. This time, the teleportation array in the Lost Land sent Lin Xian to an unfamiliar place. In the endless desert, thousands of miles of the Gobi Desert. From time to time, a hurricane would blow by, blowing up the yellow sand and covering the sky. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void, and then a hole opened like a pocket. Then a figure fell from the black hole. This figure was Lin Xian. He escaped from the three venerables of the Divine Bird Palace and was teleported to this place. At this time, he was a little weak, so he took a defensive posture as soon as he landed. However, when he found that there was no one around, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw the surrounding scene, he was stunned. Yellow sand filled the sky, and strange rocks were everywhere. There were no trees, and it was very desolate. On his body, the dark red dragon also jumped down, looked around, and then howled. Damn it, where is this place? Birds don't shit, there's not even a shadow. He was very weak after using the secret technique. He originally wanted to find some spiritual fruits and demonic beast cores to replenish himself. However, he did not expect to be teleported to such a desolate place. Not to mention spiritual fruits, he could not even see Xiao Chao. Lin Xian was also stunned. He had seen mountains, rivers, and bustling cities, but he had never seen such a desert. However, he was glad that there was no one around, so he could recover his strength. After 3 days of recuperation, Lin Xian finally recovered his strength. However, he was still afraid. The aftereffects of overusing the Great Dragon Sword Soul were terrible. He was almost sucked dry. This also reminded him that unless it was absolutely necessary, he must not use the Great Dragon Sword Soul more than he could bear. Otherwise, his life essence would be drained dry, and at that time, only death would await him. After recovering his strength, Lin Xian started to look around. He did not know where he was, so he wanted to find someone to ask. However, Lin Xian discovered that within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was only the Gobi Desert. There was not a single person to be found. The dark red divine dragon had a gloomy look on his face as he kept trying to persuade Lin Xian to leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Xian had the same idea, so they quickly set off. After summoning Xiao Jin, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon climbed onto Xiao Jin. Little Gold squawked twice, then jumped and ran forward. This place was extremely vast, with yellow sand as far as the eye could see. With a rough look, it seemed that every place was the same. If one was not careful, it was very possible to get lost here. In the desert, there was also a small team moving forward cautiously. Wang Ling was wearing a large white robe that covered his entire body as he walked in the desert. Beside her, there were dozens of martial artist guards wearing white tights. "Miss, we are already close to the depths of the desert. If we go any further, we will reach the center of the desert. It is very dangerous there, you must be careful." Beside Wang Ling, there was an old woman who reminded her in a low voice. "With Grandma Silverflower around, I am very relieved." Wang Ling smiled and then instructed the martial artists to guard around her. "All of you be careful. Once there is a situation, immediately take action. This time, we must find the primordial yang stone. Miss, this old woman will say something unpleasant." Although the primordial yang stone is precious, compared to life, it is nothing. Grandma Silverflower said, "This is just a rumor. It is not certain if it really exists. We don't need to take this risk." Hearing this, Wang Ling shook her head. She must obtain the primordial yang stone. Not only did she need it, if she could sell it, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. At that time, her status in the family would skyrocket. A few thousand meters away from Wang Ling's team, Lin Xian arrived on Xiao Jin. With his outstanding soul power, he already knew that there were people ahead. Therefore, he recalled Chick in advance and walked together with the dark red dragon. At this moment, the dark red dragon was very excited. It did not know how it heard the conversation between Wang Ling and the others. When it found out that there was a primordial yang stone here, it was so excited that it almost jumped up. "Kid, you must obtain this primordial yang stone," the dark red dragon said excitedly. Primordial yang stone contained pure primordial chi and life essence. This kind of thing was very rare and only existed in very special places. The dark red dragon did not expect that there would be primordial yang stone in this desert. It had lost its dragon essence and its cultivation had dropped. If it had the primordial yang stone, it would be able to replenish its dragon essence. At that time, not only would its cultivation recover, it might even be able to condense a trace of dragon essence. This matter was related to its cultivation and life. How could it not be excited? Lin Xian naturally also heard of the primordial yang stone. This stone was also very useful to him. Lin Xian released his soul power and continued to observe the situation. Soon after, he frowned slightly. These guards were obviously under the command of a young man. That young man was behind Wang Ling. His whole body was covered, only revealing a pair of eyes. With his sharp soul power, Lin Xian felt that there was a deep evil hidden in that gaze. Seeing this gaze, Lin Xian knew that this young guard did not have any good intentions. It was very likely that he had designs on the white-robed girl. However, he seemed to have hidden it very well. The white-robed girl did not notice it. If Lin Xian had merged with the great dragon sword soul, his soul power would have increased greatly. Perhaps he would not have noticed the evil in that gaze. Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he quickly rushed in that direction. Soon, Wang Ling's group felt the fluctuation of spiritual power behind them. Under the command of the young leader, the surrounding dozens of martial artists all turned around and formed a defensive formation, protecting Wang Ling in the center. Grandma Silverflower also had a grave expression as she looked behind her. Soon, a figure appeared in front of them. Grandma Silverflower was slightly stunned. Because this figure was simply too young. It seemed that he was only 17 or 18 years old. However, such a delicate-looking youth had appeared alone in this desert. This made her even more vigilant. When the young guard saw Lin Xian's cultivation, he immediately revealed a disdainful sneer. A trace of coldness filled his eyes. Although the cultivation of a middle-stage spiritual detecting realm martial artist was not weak, it was like an ant in his eyes. He only needed one move to kill a middle-stage spiritual detecting realm martial artist. Therefore, when facing Lin Xian's arrival, he did not feel nervous at all. However, Grandma Silverflower was very cautious. She took a step forward and blocked in front of Wang Ling. She asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" The Sunset Desert was very dangerous. Normally, martial artists would enter and exit in groups. No one dared to act alone like this youth. Chapter 557. Little girl, I heard you guys talking about the primordial yang stone. Do you know where it is? The dark red dragon jumped down from Lin Xian's body and hovered on the ground as he asked. The moment the voice came out, everyone was startled. Their hearts trembled as they looked forward. They discovered that there was a small red snake beside the young man. The voice came from this small red snake. A talking demonic beast. Wang Ling was shocked. The young leader was also shocked. One had to know that even a rank 9 demonic beast might not be able to speak. The small snake in front of them clearly had a terrifying aura. It was impossible for it to be a powerful demonic beast. However, it could actually speak human language. This was simply too shocking. What kind of mutant is this? Everyone was shocked. The young leader's eyes were burning. However, Grandma Silverflower's doubts grew. This young man could actually eavesdrop on their conversation, and they didn't even know. In addition to shock, Wang Ling's eyes also had a trace of vigilance. She said in a delicate voice, "I don't know what the primordial yang stone is." There was a trace of coldness in her words. It was obvious that she didn't want to have too much contact with Lin Xian. The Crimson Divine Dragon stomped his feet anxiously. He wanted to say something, but Lin Xian held him back. "This is my first time here. I'm very unfamiliar with this place. Can I join you?" He was indeed unfamiliar with this place. He didn't even know if this place was still in the Sky Martial region. Therefore, he urgently needed to find someone to ask. However, Wang Ling quickly shook her head. Wang Ling quickly shook her head with a trace of displeasure in her eyes. Grandma Silverflower, who was beside her, also said coldly, "We still have things to do. It's not convenient to bring a stranger with us." The young leader also shouted, "Brat, if you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." This voice carried a surge of spiritual power. It rolled over and exploded the surrounding air. Countless yellow sand flew up, forming a huge whirlwind that swept in all directions. This young man was actually at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. No wonder he could become the leader of these guards. His strength was indeed terrifying. The surrounding guards all drew their swords and sabers. A terrifying aura rose from their bodies. "You see, these people don't welcome you. So you should leave," Wang Ling said. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned and left. The young leader's strength was on par with Granny Silverflower. Furthermore, he had a group of guards under him. If he wanted to rebel, Grandma Silverflower and the King Spirit would not be able to resist. If Wang Ling agreed to go with Lin Xian, they might be able to avoid a disaster along the way. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Xian. He turned around and quickly ran forward, disappearing into the desert in an instant. "Boy, why didn't you continue to ask about the whereabouts of the primordial yang stones?" After leaving those people, the dark red divine dragon shouted in dissatisfaction. "They're on high alert. We can't get anything out of them." Lin Xian shook his head. "So what? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with those people. Why don't you capture them and interrogate them? I don't believe that you won't be able to find out the whereabouts of the Yuanyang stones." The dark red dragon snorted coldly. Lin Xian shook his head. He had killed many people. But those people deserved to die. Other than that, he had never done anything like robbing. Using force to force people he didn't know was something he couldn't do. "Sigh, boy, you're still too inexperienced. In the world of cultivation, this kind of thing is common. If you don't do it, maybe someone else will." The dark red divine dragon had an exasperated look on his face. If my cultivation was still here, I wouldn't have wasted my breath. I would have directly searched their souls. This is good. We're just running around like headless flies. When will we be able to find the Yuan Yang stones? The dark red divine dragon sighed and then jumped up. It stared at Lin Xian and asked in a deep voice. Boy, are you deliberately not asking because you don't want me to get the Yuan Yang stones? Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his ears. I say, little red. Are you too bored? Why don't I find little white to play with you? Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon drooped its head. In the past few days, it had quarreled with the little white monkey several times. But when the little white monkey's furry paw came down, it would immediately faint. It was the same every time. There was no accident. In the end, when it saw the little white monkey's paw, it had a shadow in its heart. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when the dark red divine dragon was no longer noisy. Then, he released his soul spirit and searched around. Since the dark red divine dragon mentioned the Yuan Yang stones and had the same attitude just now, Lin Xian was sure that there were Yuan Yang stones nearby. Sunset, afterglow. The entire desert was covered in a layer of orange light. The red sun emitted its last trace of heat before completely sinking into the ground. Suddenly, the entire desert became dark. Not only that, countless gusts of wind blew in the surroundings, and the temperature dropped sharply. Lin Xian stopped and did not want to move forward. Normally, with his cultivation, traveling at night would not be a problem. But in this desert, especially after sunset, he felt that his soul spirit was suppressed. Right now, he could only sense the situation within 100 meters. He couldn't sense anything further than that. This was not good news for him. It had to be known that he was walking alone in this desert. It was inevitable that he would encounter something. If he could not predict it in advance, the result would be very dangerous. In the end, he decided to stay in place and wait for the next morning before moving forward again. A bright moon rose, and the cold moonlight shone on the ground. The sand reflected a bit of silver light. In the latter half of the night, the temperature dropped and the air seemed to freeze. Even with Lin Xian's cultivation, he still felt the bone-piercing cold. What a strange desert. No wonder those people came in groups. Lin Xian was surprised. It had to be known that with his strength, ordinary cold could not threaten him at all. However, the cold air of the desert made him feel uncomfortable. The spiritual power in his body circulated, and a surging aura filled his body, dispersing the cold air around him. With the protection of his spiritual power, it was indeed much warmer. Next, Lin Xian began to cultivate and let the dark red divine dragon stand guard. Chapter 558. When Wang Ling's group saw Lin Xian again, their faces darkened. In their opinion, Lin Xian must have secretly followed them here. This person was so sneaky that he was definitely not a good person. Grandma Silverflower snorted. Very simple, I'll kill him. The young leader's words were filled with killing intent. Forget it, let's go find the primordial Yang stone first. Wang Ling shook his head. If he really dares to follow us again, it won't be too late to make a move then. Fine, let him live a little longer. Anyway, an ant like him can be dealt with in one strike. The young leader snorted. Feeling the other's killing intent, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. If the other party really made a move, he wouldn't be lenient. Although he wouldn't look for trouble, he wasn't afraid of it either. He even dared to kill people from a 6-star sect like the Divine Bird Palace, let alone these spirit-detecting realm martial artists. Seeing that those people didn't make a move, Lin Xian silently turned around and continued on his way. At night, the temperature dropped again. It was like 10,000-year-old ice floating in the void. There was a cold aura everywhere, as if it could freeze people into popsicles. Lin Xian sat cross-legged, floating in the void. He circulated all the spirit energy in his body to resist the cold aura. He didn't sit directly on the sand because the yellow sand was too strange. It was like an ice hammer in the night, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Therefore, he chose to float in the void. Not long after, the yellow sand below began to surge, making whooshing sounds like waves. Lin Xian frowned and woke up from his cultivation. He cautiously looked down. Suddenly, The yellow sand below split open, and a black shadow shot out, shining with a cold light, and pierced upwards. Lin Xian snorted coldly and dodged quickly, easily dodging the attack of the black light. Then, he floated in the air and looked down. With his outstanding soul power, he quickly sensed the situation below. It was the tail of a demonic beast. The scales on it were triangular and emitted a cold light. At the tip of the tail, there was a 1-meter-long poisonous needle. There was a purple aura on it. It was obviously poisonous. Lin Xian frowned. That poison needle didn't seem any worse than a high-grade spirit step artifact. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon was also awakened. He looked down and shouted excitedly, "Kill it! Kill it! The demon crystal is mine!" Below, countless clouds of yellow sand tumbled and then flowed in all directions. A purple poisonous scorpion crawled out from under the yellow sand. Its tail was raised high, and the purple poisonous needle was shining like an awl. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without any hesitation, he quickly swung his sword. A fine sword light slashed down from above at high speed. This sword light was very light and gentle, as if it did not exist. However, when it neared the scorpion, it suddenly exploded with a sharp aura. The sword light flashed and instantly cut down on the poisonous scorpion. The scorpion's body trembled and split open from the middle. The split was neat, and its organs and blood spilled out onto the ground. The dark red divine dragon roared and turned into a red ray of light, quickly flying down. It took out a fist-sized demon crystal from the corpse and quickly swallowed it. After killing the poisonous scorpion, Lin Xian did not relax. Instead, he frowned even more because he felt that there was an undercurrent flowing under the yellow sand. A few thousand meters away, Wang Ling's team was also nervously looking around. The entire surface of the yellow sand was moving up and down like waves. A terrifying demonic aura came from the depths of the desert and rushed in all directions. Then there was a rustling sound. Countless poisonous scorpions crawled out from the ground. These poisonous scorpions were purple and as big as mountains. The small ones were the size of dogs. They stood on the yellow sand and bathed in the cold moonlight. They covered the mountains and plains and surrounded Wang Ling's team. The scene was too terrifying. Wang Ling's team only had about 20 people, but there were thousands of poisonous scorpions around them. If they were surrounded, there was no chance of survival. Therefore, in an instant, Grandma Silverflower rushed into the sky with Wang Ling. The young leader also shouted and a powerful aura exploded from his body as he quickly dodged. The other guards protected the two sides and retreated quickly. All of this happened in an instant. The entire team rushed into the sky quickly. From this point, it could be seen that this team was more experienced. On the yellow sand, the poisonous scorpions bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they rushed into the sky. They emitted a terrifying demonic aura that intertwined to form a huge poisonous scorpion shadow. The poisonous scorpion shadow was 100 feet long and filled the entire sky. With a wave of its huge pincers, it tore the void apart. Its long tail was like a divine whip that swept in all directions. In an instant, the poisonous scorpion shadow's tail swept towards Wang Ling's team in the sky. With a loud bang, the guards in the back row were sent flying, vomiting blood as they were sent flying. The young leader and Grandma Silverflower released a powerful aura that formed a golden defense. It was a shield of strong spiritual power that was half a meter thick. It blocked the huge tail that swept over. However, the tail had a strong poisonous aura. When it came into contact with the defense, there was a sizzling sound as if ice and snow were melting in a raging fire. The young leader and Grandma Silverflower were shocked. They quickly waved their palms and a vast amount of spiritual power surged forward. A resplendent saber radiance slashed across and a huge palm shadow surged out. Everywhere it passed, sparks flew and large pieces of scales and white bones fell. The two of them joined forces and resisted the attack of the huge tail. However, the two of them did not show any joy because the scorpion shadow appeared again. Its huge pincers were like a hammer of death with a mighty aura. Woo-woo! Everywhere it passed, there was a whistling sound in the air. It was as if hell was crying. It was very miserable. When the sound drifted out, the martial artists and guards felt their scalps go numb and their hearts tremble. Everyone attacked frantically and tried their best to escape. Lin Xian was also surrounded by countless poisonous scorpions. However, he appeared to be much calmer and did not panic. He raised his arm and the Nirvana sword surged out. The pitch-black long sword slashed downwards. A cold and deathly aura descended like the arrival of the Grim Reaper and slashed into the group of scorpions. Suddenly, a large number of poisonous scorpions were shattered into pieces. Those that were not hit were also affected by the Nirvana Chi and lost a large amount of life force. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws at the side and collected all the cracked demon crystals below. Then it stuffed them all into its mouth. These things were definitely the best nourishment for it. Lin Xian almost instantly killed hundreds of poisonous scorpions. However, even more scorpions swarmed over. The desert shook violently. Groups of poisonous scorpions struggled out of the yellow sand. Densely packed, it was a ghastly sight, causing one to feel fear just by looking at it. This time, there were even more poisonous scorpions and they were even more powerful. The surroundings were filled with purple demonic aura. It formed a poisonous fog that corroded the surroundings. Lin Xian frowned and retreated quickly. The poisonous aura was very strong. It could poison a spirit-detecting martial artist. He did not want to fight with these scorpions, so he used his movement technique to leave. Chapter 559. Lin Xian soared into the sky and quickly left the place. However, dozens of purple figures suddenly shot up from below. Like purple lightning bolts, they quickly rushed into the sky and chased after Lin Xian. "Fuck, flying scorpions!" The dark red divine dragon yelled from the side. Lin Xian turned around. His face was gloomy because there were dozens of 2-meter-long scorpions behind him. They had a pair of wings on their backs and were quickly flying over. Their wings were light purple with purple air currents circulating on them. It was very dreamy. The purple wings flapped and instantly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surprised. It was his first time seeing winged scorpions. Moreover, he could clearly sense that these scorpions were abnormally powerful, far surpassing the ones below. It seemed that these scorpions were the elites of the mutated traceless. In an instant, dozens of scorpions flew over and surrounded Lin Xian. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced. Lin Xian's body erupted with a bright light like a small sun. These were all formed by sword chi and were extremely sharp. These sword chi surged out and slashed in all directions, immediately blasting away the incoming scorpions. Lin Xian did not stay and turned to leave. However, the scorpions behind him surged forward again with purple air currents circulating on their bodies. Obviously, the attack just now did not kill them. It only pushed them back. Lin Xian's expression was cold. 2 rays of sword chi shot out from his eyes. He snorted coldly and raised his right hand. A blood-red longsword condensed. Sword of Slaughter. As soon as the blood-red longsword appeared, an endless murderous aura soared. A strong bloodthirsty killing intent swept through the world. This murderous aura was so strong that even the winged scorpions around him trembled slightly. They wanted to move, but Lin Xian did not give them the chance. He waved his arm and the sword of slaughter flew out. It was like a blood-red sun, shining in all directions. Countless blood-red sword chi slashed horizontally, slashing the venomous scorpions around him, making clanging sounds. Clouds of bloody mist exploded, and those flying scorpions exploded, turning into fragments that fell into the yellow sand, and were soon swallowed up by the yellow sand. After dealing with these poison scorpions, Lin Xian turned around and left. During this period he encountered 2 flying scorpions that chased after him, but they were both taken care of by his sword of slaughter. In the end, blood-red sword marks formed around Lin Xian and floated around him. They emitted a terrifying aura, making him look like an Asura from hell. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that the venomous scorpions stopped chasing after them. Lin Xian put away the sword of slaughter and used the long-life secret art. Only then did the blood-red sword ripples around his body disappear. The The shocking killing intent on his body also disappeared. After leaving the poisonous scorpions, Lin Xian continued forward. He felt that this desert was too strange, there were many hidden dangers everywhere. If he was not careful, then he might lose his life here, so he planned to find the primordial yang stones and immediately leave. However, ahead of him he encountered Wang Ling and the others. However, the other party was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, they looked battered and exhausted. The number of guards had also decreased by half, and every one of them was wounded. Even the youth and Grandma Silverflower's clothes were shattered in a flash. On the other hand, Wang Ling was still in good condition, but his little face was pale without a trace of blood. It was obvious that these people had also encountered the poisonous scorpions and had just escaped. At this moment, those people also saw Lin Xian. They were angry at first, but then they were stunned. Then, it cried out excitedly and ran to a green tree with a small bowl on its head. It started to dig a hole. Its little claws waved, and soon, it was holding something that looked like ginseng. Its big eyes were squinted into the shape of a crescent moon. Supreme grade sand ginseng. It's at least 3,000 years old. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon rushed over with a whoosh. Now, he was sure that this shabby bowl was definitely the legendary treasure bowl. Otherwise, the snow-white little monkey would not be able to find such a supreme-grade spirit herb. Even with his experienced eyes, he did not find it just now. This supreme-grade sand ginseng must have been hidden very deeply. Hee, little monkey, do you want me to exchange it for you? The dark red divine dragon stood on both legs like a wolf with a big tail. It smiled very wretchedly. It waved its claws and took out a few demon crystals, wanting to exchange it with the snow-white little monkey. However, the snow-white little monkey held the supreme-grade sand ginseng with disdain in its eyes. It did not care about the demon crystals in the dark red dragon's hands. Chapter 560. If it was in the past, it would have killed the other party with a single slap. But now, it had lost its dragon source and its cultivation was greatly reduced. Moreover, the other party was too strange. It could often slap it unconscious, so it really could not do anything to the little white monkey. The little white monkey did not care about the dark red dragon's bribe. It put away the top-grade sand ginseng and began to write noisily. In the next moment, the dark red dragon's face darkened and became very ugly. It naturally understood what the little white monkey meant. A monkey the size of a palm wanted to take it in as a follower? How was that possible? Who was it? He was a member of the Eastern Divine Dragon clan. It was the only one in the world and the leader of all beasts. Although it had lost its dragon source, it would not recognize a little monkey as its boss. No way! This is not negotiable. The dark red dragon was so angry that it crushed the demon crystal in its hand, swallowed it, and quickly left. Damn it, I'm so angry! The dark red dragon kept slapping the water to vent its anger. Lin Xian found it funny, but he did not stop it. The dark red dragon was too hooligan. Perhaps only the little white monkey could control it. After resting for a while, Lin Xian and the others continued on their journey. This time, the little white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder, grabbed his hair, and pointed in a direction. You mean the primordial yang stone is nearby? Lin Xian asked. The little white monkey nodded and pointed in a direction. Not far from the oasis, there was a barren mountain. There were no plants on it, but there were all kinds of strange rocks piled up on it. It was very strange. The little white monkey had led them to this place. According to it, the primordial yang stone was here. Lin Xian closed his fingers, condensed a sword chi, and quickly slashed forward. Boom! The rocks in front of them were split open, and a cave appeared. A warm aura came from there. This aura was different from the hot air in the yellow sand. It was very gentle and would not cause harm to the human body. The dark red dragon felt the aura and jumped up in shock. This was the aura of the primordial yang stone. That's right, it was here. Then, it quickly jumped up and rushed over. But not long after, he screamed and flew back. Ouch, this emperor is in so much pain. There's actually a damned restriction. The dark red divine dragon howled in rage. It had charged too fiercely just now and had directly crashed into the restriction. Although its bones were as tough as steel, it still felt a heart-wrenching pain. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, stroked his chin and said, "If you can open the restriction, I can give you some primordial yang stones." The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. Then he patted his chest and said, "It's just a restriction. How can it stump me?" You have to know that this emperor even went to Immortal Palace back then. What does this bit of restriction count for? It began to shake, quickly breaking through the restrictions. Although the dark red divine dragon had the air of a ruffian and did things insolently, it had to be said that it was indeed very capable. It didn't take long for it to completely open the restriction here. Then, the earth trembled as if there was an earthquake. Suddenly, a warm aura gushed out and filled the surroundings. Lin Xian stepped forward to take a look. At the same time, his pupils shrank. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. A trace of shock appeared on his face. After the seal was opened, the pure yang qi below was too strong. He could feel it from far away. The dark red divine dragon excitedly shouted, "Boy, I'm rich this time. It's actually a primordial yang stone lode." Primordial yang stone lode. Lin Xian was shocked. One must know that primordial yang stones were already very rare. Wang Ling said. However, at this moment, the young leader's eyebrows twitched. He was puzzled and looked into the distance. Even Grandma Silverflower's expression changed as she revealed a puzzled look. This aura, what pure yang qi? Could it be the primordial yang stones? Grandma Silverflower was shocked. As for the young leader, his face was filled with joy. He shouted and quickly ran into the distance. Then he led the guards and set off. "I reckon this should be the aura of the primordial yang stones. Let's go and take a look," Grandma Silverflower said. After that, the group of people quickly rushed forward. Not long after, they felt that the pure yang qi in front of them was getting denser and denser. Not far ahead, the ground cracked and a few fingernail-sized stones were scattered on the ground. The young leader took the lead. His body flashed and he instantly picked up the stones on the ground. Chapter 561. The guards were overjoyed and began to search. Wang Ling walked over with Grandma Silverflower. When she saw this scene, she revealed a gratified smile. "Great, we are rich this time." However, when the young leader heard this, he snorted coldly. "No, you are wrong. It's not us, it's me. It's me who is rich." The young leader's voice had a tinge of malevolence. The guards beside him also had a playful smile. "What do you mean?" Wang Ling asked in a deep voice. At the side, Grandma Silverflower shouted angrily, "How dare you? Are you rebelling?" "Rebelling?" The young leader laughed insolently. "Yes, I am rebelling." Hearing this, Grandma Silverflower's face turned gloomy. She did not expect these guards to rebel at such a crucial moment. Moreover, the one leading the rebellion was the leader of the guards. "But," Wang Ling shouted, "our Wang family has given you a lot." "But," the young leader sneered. "Stupid. We followed your Wang family for spiritual stones and resources. Now that we have found the primordial yang stone, what kind of treasure can't we get? Do we still need your Wang family? What a joke." The young leader's voice was cold with a tinge of ruthlessness. "Aren't you afraid of the Wang family's revenge?" Wang Ling shrieked. "Wang family's revenge?" The young leader sneered. "Do you think the Wang family will know what is happening here in this desert?" Looking at the young leader's ferocious face, Wang Ling was finally afraid. She asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want?" At the side, Grandma Silverflower took a step forward and emitted a powerful aura. "I am warning you not to act recklessly. She is the young miss of the Wang family. Don't worry, young miss. We won't kill you." The young leader laughed. Following which, a tinge of evil fire appeared in his eyes. "Such a beautiful woman. Of course, we have to enjoy her." After speaking, the surrounding warriors laughed maniacally. Their eyes were filled with lust. Being stared at by so many eyes, Wang Ling's body trembled. She felt her body burning as though she had been exposed. Despicable! Shameless! Wang Ling shrieked. I am despicable and shameless. What can you do to me? The young leader laughed maniacally. His cultivation was the highest here. He was God. Listen to me obediently. Once I'm tired of playing, I might even let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. At the end of his speech, his body exuded a powerful aura that contained endless killing intent. Wang Ling retreated in terror. She was only at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm, so she couldn't resist this aura at all. Seeing Wang Ling's terrified expression, the young man laughed maniacally. The saber in his hand emitted a dazzling light, and he quickly slashed out, instantly tearing apart Wang Ling's loose robe. In an instant, Wang Ling's clothes were torn to shreds, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The eyes of the surrounding martial artists lit up like hungry wolves as they stared at the exposed part of his body. Wang Ling screamed in fright and hid behind Grandma Silverflower. On the other hand, Grandma Silverflower snorted coldly. Spiritual energy surged from her entire body and condensed into a silver flower in front of her, which rapidly floated and rotated. Young mistress, leave quickly. I will stop them, Grandma Silverflower said in a deep voice. Wang Ling nodded, then turned around and left quickly. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Brothers, capture the little beauty for me, the young leader shouted. Then he waved his saber and slashed at Grandma Silverflower. A great battle was about to break out. The two experts were fighting, and their terrifying auras shook the surroundings. Wang Ling's path behind her was blocked, so she could only run forward. Soon she arrived near the barren mountain in front of her. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was collecting high-grade primordial yang stones in the barren mountain, suddenly changed his expression. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared outside the cave. Then he looked ahead with a gloomy face. Not far ahead, Wang Ling's clothes were tattered, and her body was exposed. She was running toward him with a panicked expression. Behind her were 7 or 8 guards with sabers, who were chasing after her. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Everything was as he had expected. He knew that those guards were up to no good, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Young hero, save me. Wang Ling saw Lin Xian's figure and immediately shouted. However, the dissatisfaction and disgust in her eyes had long disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of pitiful look. Lin Xian sneered. Not long ago, this woman had arrogantly chased him away. Her attitude was insufferably arrogant. And now, the other party was actually asking for his help. This change in attitude was too fast. Moreover, she had 8 martial artists chasing after her. Most of them were at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and 3 of them were at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. This kind of team could crush any late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Perhaps only a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist could take them on. Lin Xian's current cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but Wang Ling was asking him for help. This was clearly sending him to his death. If it was anyone else, they might have rushed over after seeing her pitiful appearance. However, Lin Xian was different. He was very calm and analyzed the situation clearly in an instant. He was still standing there, not moving at all. Wang Ling cursed in her heart when she saw that Lin Xian was not doing anything. However, she knew that only Lin Xian could buy her some time and give her a chance to escape. Therefore, she put on a pitiful expression, and there was even a hint of charm in her eyes. Young master, save me. Wang Ling arrived beside Lin Xian in a flash. She purposely revealed a large portion of her skin, making her expression even more pitiful. When the people behind saw this, they suddenly felt a ball of fire in their lower abdomens. They wanted nothing more than to take Wang Ling on the spot. They quickly rushed over and surrounded Lin Xian and Wang Ling. One of the late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists walked out and shouted, "Brat, this is none of your business. Hurry up and scram, or I'll cut you down as well." Lin Xian raised his brows and said, "I don't care about your business. If you want to fight, scram to the side. Hearing this, Wang Ling's heart tightened. The guards in front were furious. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat dared to tell them to scram. This was too much. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that there was an extremely pure yang energy coming from the cave behind the brat. There was no need to think. There was definitely a primal yang stone inside. Brothers, go! Capture that girl first, then kill this brat and take the primal yang stone. The late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist shouted. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists pulled out their swords and rushed over. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly. A sound wave carrying a terrifying energy spread out. It turned into a rolling wave that surged forward. Instantly, the terrifying sound wave sent the guards in front flying. The mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists were sent flying while vomiting blood. Among them, 3 late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists felt their blood boil. Their faces were filled with shock. Lin Xian was expressionless as he said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance, either get lost or die." His voice was very calm, without a trace of fluctuation, as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter, but the domineering aura in his voice was unmistakable. Hearing this, the young leader frowned and immediately sneered. "Threatening me with just you? Brat, I think you're tired of living. Don't you know how to write the word death? Fine, today, let me teach you what regret is. I'll split you open with my saber and let you know that there are some people you can't provoke." "Boss, this brat is very strange, be careful," one of the guards said. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I've raised you for nothing." The young leader coldly snorted. "You can't even beat a middle-stage spirit-detecting brat, what trash." "All of you, come with me now." The guards felt bitter in their hearts, but they didn't dare to disobey the young leader's order, or else their end would be very miserable. These people were holding sabers and swords, and their hands were constantly trembling. The long sabers in their hands were clattering. Even so, they still didn't dare to make a move against Lin Xian. There was no other way, the scene just now was too shocking. Just a sound wave had injured all 8 of them. This brat's strength was too terrifying, and he wasn't any weaker than the young leader. "Useless trash, get out of my way. I'll let you see what true strength is." The young leader coldly snorted, and his aura surged out like a wave, causing the surrounding guards to retreat. In his hand was a huge blue saber. The back of the saber was very wide as 2 palms. From the looks of it, it was obvious that this saber was very heavy. Sure enough, the young leader casually waved it, and it caused the void to buzz as if it couldn't bear it. "One move is enough to deal with you." He was very confident. He raised his right arm, and the snow-white saber emitted a cold aura in the air. Then his arm fell, and a resplendent saber light rushed out. It turned into saber chi and quickly slashed forward. Wherever it passed, the air cracked and the ground sank. It was a terrifying scene. Wang Ling's expression changed drastically. Her small face was pale, and she kept retreating. Fortunately, Grandma Silverflower was protecting her by the side. She formed a silver-colored flower defense and protected her, preventing her from being corroded by the saber chi. This saber was too stunning. Probably no one below the peak of the spirit-detecting realm could block it. The young leader sneered. He could even see the scene of Lin Xian being chopped into pieces by his saber chi. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. But soon his laughter stopped. It was as if someone was strangling his neck. That arrogant laughter suddenly disappeared in the air. Not only that, his entire face was red, and it was as if he couldn't breathe. The surrounding martial artists were shocked, and they were dumbfounded. This was because they saw Lin Xian shatter that resplendent saber light with just one punch. The whole process was smooth and without any pause. It was obvious that Lin Xian's punch was casual. "How is this possible? How can you shatter my saber chi?" The young leader screamed. He didn't believe that his opponent could shatter his attack even if he was beaten to death. However, it really happened in front of his eyes, and he had to believe it. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.